Welcome to Quiet Chronicles. History often remembers George Washington as a monument, a silent figure carved into cold white marble, staring out across the centuries with unshakable certainty. But long before he was the indispensable pillar of a new republic, he was an ambitious, raw-boned younger son of the Virginia Tidewater, acutely aware of everything he lacked. He was a man who spent his life in relentless physical motion, measuring wild frontiers with iron chains, navigating the immense psychological weight of an unformed nation, and constantly fighting to maintain a deliberate, ironclad mastery over his own fierce passions. As we trace his footsteps from the damp clay of his childhood to the freezing banks of the Delaware, please take a quiet moment to subscribe to the channel and leave a like on this video as we chronicle these long-form historical journeys every week. Tonight, we step behind the mythology to follow the continuous, unhurried path of a surveyor, a soldier, and a reluctant statesman who spent a lifetime constructing both a country and his own enduring legacy. Let us let the centuries roll backward along the steady currents of the Potomac, and let the chronicle begin. Chapter 1: The Tidewater Inheritance. Along the broad, slow-moving expanses of the tidal Potomac and Rappahannock rivers, the early world of George Washington took its shape among a network of modest family plantations. The Virginia Tidewater of the early 18th century was a landscape dominated by water and timber, where tobacco wharves reached out from private shores to meet English merchant vessels. Augustine Washington, a man of immense physical stature and unceasing ambition, operated within this river-bound economy by acquiring lands, managing enslaved laborers, and investing heavily in iron mining. His holdings were extensive but fragmented, requiring constant travel between scattered properties to oversee the seasonal rhythms of planting and smelting. Born in the late winter of 1732 at the Pope's Creek estate, young George entered a family structure already layered by his father's first marriage, placing the boy in the secondary tier of inheritance from his very first days. Moving inland to the reddish clay soils of Ferry Farm when George was 6 years old, the household settled above the gray currents of the Rappahannock, directly across from the small port of Fredericksburg. Life on this bluff was defined by the mundane realities of colonial agriculture and the constant passage of ferry boats carrying travelers and livestock between the northern and southern colonies. The boy grew up observing the daily discipline required to extract a living from the stubborn earth, where the distinct iron-rich dirt clung to boots and wagon wheels after every autumn rain. Here, the sudden and unexpected death of Augustine in 1743 altered the trajectory of the 11-year-old's life forever, stripping away the financial security necessary for a polished future. While his older half-brothers had been sent across the Atlantic to receive classical educations at the Appleby School in England, George remained behind under the watchful, demanding care of his mother. Mary Ball Washington was a woman of fierce independence and unyielding temperament, left to manage a complex estate and several young children in a society structured around male authority. Her relationship with her eldest son was complex and demanding, characterized by her constant concern for financial stability and an insistence on his assistance with household management. Deprived of the instruction in Latin and Greek that marked the ruling gentry, the boy turned his attention toward practical mathematics, learning to measure and quantify the physical world around him. Account books and geometric exercises filled his early papers, displaying an emerging preference for neatness, order, and observable facts over abstract philosophy. This reliance on numbers and measured lines offered a sense of control in a household where future prospects seemed narrow and uncertain. The dominant male figure in George's adolescence soon became his older half brother Lawrence, who had returned from military service in the Caribbean, bearing the polished manners of the wider world. Inheriting the family's prime hunting tract along the Potomac, Lawrence constructed a comfortable residence upon the heights and named it Mount Vernon in honor of his former British naval commander. Frequent visits to this growing estate introduced the younger brother to a broader horizon of social and economic possibility. Beside the tranquil waters of the river, Lawrence served as both surrogate father and worldly model, demonstrating how a Virginia gentleman carried himself in matters of business and local governance. The contrast between the modest, strained atmosphere of Ferry Farm and the expansive promise of Mount Vernon fostered in the youth a deep desire to rise above his secondary station. Through Lawrence's advantageous marriage to Anne Fairfax, young Washington gained entry to Belvoir, the neighboring estate of one of the most powerful families in the colonies. Colonel William Fairfax, the master of Belvoir, an agent for his cousin Lord Fairfax, maintained a household that mirrored the refined gentility of the English aristocracy. Inside those elegant parlors, the awkward adolescent observed the effortless grace, sophisticated conversation, and subtle codes of behavior that defined the ruling class. He listened intently to discussions of imperial politics, land speculation, and transatlantic trade, absorbing the rhythms of power from the quiet margins of the room. Lacking the inherited wealth and classical polish of the Fairfax circle, he recognized that his advancement would depend upon his own industry and the flawless maintenance of his personal character. Convinced that strict self regulation was the key to bridging the gap between his rustic upbringing and the world of Belvoir, the teenager set about reshaping his own manners with methodical precision. Among the surviving documents from his 14th year is a school copybook containing his meticulous handwritten transcriptions of legal forms, land warrants, and a celebrated set of social maxims. Sitting at a simple wooden desk, young George laboriously copied out 110 rules of civility and decent behavior derived from a 16th century Jesuit text. His pen dipped steadily into the dark ink as he traced out mandates on how to stand, how to modulate the voice, and how to preserve the dignity of others in company. Line by line, the physical act of writing ingrained these external standards into his consciousness, transforming moral instruction into internal habit. The maxims he recorded addressed the smallest details of physical presence, warning against shifting one's feet in company, biting one's nails, or speaking when a superior was addressing the room. Care was taken to emphasize restraint and constant deference to social order, principles that resonated strongly with a boy striving for acceptance among older and more established men. He wrote down instructions to keep the countenance composed and to avoid the display of sudden anger, even when provocation seemed justified. This painstaking exercise was not merely a lesson in penmanship, but a deliberate act of self-creation by an outsider determined to construct an unassailable public persona. The boy who finished that notebook had begun the lifelong labor of building an internal fortress of composure designed to mask the natural ambitions and fierce temper that burn beneath the surface. While mastering the rules of the drawing room, Washington also applied his relentless energy to the physical mastery of the landscape itself. Instruments of practical geometry fascinated him, leading to the acquisition of his first surveying tools from the storehouses of Mount Vernon. With a brass circumferentor and a set of heavy iron surveying chains, he began running boundary lines across his brother's fields, recording angles and distances with absolute precision. The physical weight of the metal chain, prone to rust in the humid river air, became a familiar burden in his hands as he walked the perimeter of the cleared land. Each measurement required patience, careful calculation, and an eye for the true lay of the ground, skills that rewarded objective observation over guesswork. This early immersion in surveying provided a steady, practical alternative to the classical studies he had missed. Where other young gentlemen quoted Roman poets to demonstrate their cultivation, Washington produced clean, beautifully drafted maps that offered immediate utility to landowners. His maps were clear, uncluttered, and precise, marked by an elegant script that mirrored the deliberate orderliness of his mind. For a younger son with limited capital, the ability to define property boundaries offered a reliable source of income and a respected trade in a colony obsessed with land acquisition. The discipline of reducing complex topography to neat columns of figures reinforced his natural inclination to view the world through the lens of tangible results. Yet this reliance on self-education left behind a lingering sense of intellectual insecurity that Washington would carry for the remainder of his days. In the company of men who had studied at European universities or the College of William and Mary, he often chose silence, conscious that his grammar and vocabulary lacked scholarly refinement. This acute awareness of his own educational limits fostered an extraordinary sensitivity to public criticism and a lifelong determination to avoid any display of ignorance. Rather than speaking hastily, he learned to listen, absorb information from experts, and weigh competing arguments before committing himself to a course of action. Silence became both a shield against embarrassment and a potent source of personal authority, forcing others to project their own expectations onto his quiet, commanding frame. By his 16th year, the physical transformation of the youth was as noticeable as his growing discipline. He stood well over 6 feet tall, possessing broad shoulders, large hands, and a natural athletic strength developed through years of riding and outdoor labor. Horsemanship was second nature to him, and observers frequently noted the effortless command he maintained over even the most spirited mounts along the Virginia roads. His physical endurance was exceptional, allowing him to spend long days in the saddle without apparent fatigue, regardless of the seasonal heat or driving rain. This imposing physical presence served him well in a society that valued strength and equestrian skill, helping to offset his youth and lack of worldly pedigree. Opportunities to test this hard-won maturity arrived through the continued patronage of the Fairfax family. Lord Thomas Fairfax, the eccentric sixth Baron of Cameron, had arrived from England to inspect his immense proprietary grant, which encompassed over 5 million acres between the Rappahannock and Potomac rivers. The aging nobleman, accustomed to the finest society of London, took a surprising liking to the tall, serious adolescent who spent so much time at Belvoir. Recognizing the boy's skill with the compass and chain, Lord Fairfax invited Washington to join a professional surveying party tasked with charting the distant, unmapped reaches of his domain beyond the Blue Ridge Mountains. It was an invitation that promised adventure, direct financial reward, and an escape from the narrow domestic confines of the Tidewater. In the late winter of 1748, preparations for the journey consumed the household. Provisions were gathered at Mount Vernon, horses fitted with sturdy pack saddles, and the heavy chains carefully oiled for the rough mountain trails ahead. The upcoming expedition represented for young Washington a definitive transition into manhood and professional independence. Leaving behind the familiar river wharves and the comfortable routines of his brother's estate, he turned his focus toward the west. Ahead lay a vast ancient wilderness that would test his physical limits, shape his understanding of the American interior, and alter his destiny in ways no one in the peaceful Tidewater could yet foresee. As the surveying party assembled, the air carried the sharp, damp chill of departing winter, lingering over the bare fields and gray forests. Washington rode alongside George William Fairfax, the eldest son of Belvoir, feeling the quiet pride of being included among men of affairs on a serious enterprise. Their route led them away from the navigable waters, steadily climbing toward the blue-tinted ridge that marked the western horizon of the settled world. With every mile, the road grew rougher, transitioning from well-worn carriage tracks to narrow indigenous footpaths winding through dense timber and rocky outcroppings. The refined manners of the parlor began to recede, replaced by the immediate demands of travel, navigation, and survival in the open country. Crossing the final gaps of the Blue Ridge, the riders looked down upon the sweeping expanse of the Shenandoah Valley, a fertile, unmeasured domain carved by winding rivers and ancient forests. Below them lay the raw material of an expanding empire, waiting to be reduced to measured lines and recorded deeds. The young surveyor gripped his reins, feeling the steady rhythm of his horse beneath him as they began the long descent into the frontier. He carried with him the strict maxims of his copybook, the unbending discipline of his self-directed studies, and a quiet, burning ambition to prove his worth. As the horses stepped down into the shadows of the valley, George Washington left the ordered world of his inheritance behind, ready to take up the iron chain and measure the wild interior. Chapter 2: The Surveyor's Chain. To understand the trajectory of George Washington's life, one must first understand the instrument that secured his independence: the surveyor's chain. In the mid-18th century, land was the ultimate currency of the Virginia colony, the foundational asset upon which all dynastic wealth, social standing, and political power were erected. Yet, before a tract of ancient forest could be transformed into a documented estate, it had to be measured, bounded, and translated into the legal certainty of ink and parchment. This translation required the physical labor of the surveyor, a trade that demanded not only mathematical dexterity, but the physical stamina to endure weeks in the untamed interior. For a younger son lacking inherited capital, the acquisition of a professional surveyor's commission offered an immediate, honorable avenue towards self-reliance. By the summer of 1749, the 17-year-old Washington had secured an official appointment as the surveyor for the newly formed Culpeper County, a credential confirmed by the Masters of the College of William and Mary. With this license in hand, he was no longer merely a well-connected adolescent assisting his brother's neighbors. He was a sworn officer of the colony, authorized to collect substantial statutory fees for his labor. His primary instrument in the field was Gunter's chain, a standard measuring device consisting of 100 heavy iron links, measuring exactly 66 feet in total length. Dragging this metallic standard through dense underbrush, over rocky outcroppings, and across swift creeks was an arduous physical discipline. In the humid summer air of the Virginia backwoods, the iron links were perpetually prone to rust, requiring constant cleaning and oiling by candlelight at the end of each exhausting day. The process of running a boundary line through the virgin timber required a small synchronized team operating with absolute methodical rhythm. Washington stood at the head of the line, sighting through the brass sights of his circumferentor, a specialized magnetic compass mounted upon a sturdy wooden tripod to establish the precise angle of the trajectory. Ahead of him, two chainmen carried the iron links forward, pulling the heavy chain taut against the uneven earth while axemen cleared obstructing saplings and marked peripheral witness trees with distinctive blazes. Every 80 chains marked exactly 1 statute mile, a distance recorded meticulously in Washington's leather-bound field books, alongside observations of the soil's quality, the dominant timber, and the presence of natural springs. This daily routine fostered an intimate, grounded familiarity with the physical geography of the American landscape, stripping away any romantic illusions about the wilderness. The primary theater for this relentless labor was the Shenandoah Valley, the sweeping frontier domain governed by his patron, Lord Thomas Fairfax. Charting these distant reaches exposed the young surveyor to a raw, unvarnished existence far removed from the polished drawing rooms of the Tidewater plantations. Washington's surviving journals from these expeditions record nights spent sleeping upon crude straw pallets infested with lice, or huddled beneath threadbare blankets before a smoky campfire while heavy rain lashed the canopy above. Provisions were simple and rough, often consisting of wild turkey roasted upon a split stick, salted pork, and water drawn directly from mountain streams. Yet, rather than discouraging him, these physical hardships hardened his constitution, building an extraordinary reserve of stamina and a quiet pride in his own capacity to endure discomfort. Beyond physical endurance, the discipline of the chain profoundly shaped Washington's intellectual posture toward the continent. Sighting through the compass taught him to view the vast, tangled wilderness not as an intimidating expanse, but as an orderly matrix of calculable resources and potential real estate. Where a casual traveler saw an impenetrable forest, the young surveyor saw board feet of timber, future mill sites, and fertile bottomland ready for the plow. He learned to assess the intrinsic value of uncultivated earth with a cold, discerning eye, noting which tracts held the deepest topsoil and which access routes would allow future harvests to reach market waters. This highly systematic, analytical framework would govern his thinking for decades. influencing his later approach to both military logistics and the economic organization of his own private estates. These extensive travels along the frontier also provided Washington with an unparalleled education in the strategic layout of the interior. He crossed and recrossed the Blue Ridge Mountains through gaps that would later serve as vital military arteries, tracing the headwaters of rivers that flowed toward the disputed Ohio Valley. He became familiar with the distinct cultures of the backcountry, encountering German immigrants who spoke no English and independent Scots-Irish settlers who lived beyond the reach of colonial law. On one notable occasion, while camped deep in the timber, his party crossed paths with a company of indigenous warriors returning from an excursion. This offered the young Virginian his first documented observation of native customs as they performed a traditional war dance around a roaring campfire. Every encounter, every river crossing, and every mountain pass was filed away in his highly organized mind, forming a comprehensive mental map of the frontier. Financially, the years spent carrying the chain transformed Washington from a dependent adolescent into a man of substantial independent substance. Surveyors were compensated not only in cash, measured in Spanish pistolas or doubloons, but frequently in choice parcels of the very land they bounded. Utilizing his advanced knowledge of the prime frontier tracts, Washington systematically began purchasing superior acreage along the Shenandoah River and its tributaries. By his 20th year, he had amassed title to thousands of acres of fertile western land, establishing an independent economic foundation distinct from his eventual inheritance of Mount Vernon. The boy who had once meticulously practiced his handwriting in a simple copybook had successfully utilized the surveyor's chain to anchor himself firmly within the highest tier of Virginia's landed elite. Chapter 3: The Voyage to Barbados. Lawrence Washington, whose standing as the master of Mount Vernon represented the pinnacle of his family's ambitions, found his future increasingly clouded by a persistent, wasting cough. The harsh winters of the Virginia tidewater offered no relief for his deteriorating lungs, forcing the family to seek a softer climate where the progress of his consumption might be slowed. Physicians of the era frequently recommended the warm, steady sea breezes of the Caribbean for pulmonary complaints, pointing specifically to the established British colony of Barbados. Because the ailing older brother required a dedicated companion to manage the physical demands of travel, the family looked to 19-year-old George to fulfill the duty. Setting aside his surveying ledger for the season, the young man prepared to leave the familiar river valleys behind, embarking upon an enterprise that would carry him beyond the boundaries of the North American mainland for the first and only time in his long life. Spanning over 5 weeks during the early autumn of 1751, the voyage carried them across rolling ocean swells, introducing the inland surveyor to an entirely different scale of physical existence. The wooden trading vessel Success offered cramped accommodations, surrounded day and night by an unbroken horizon of blue water and gray sky. Life aboard the craft was monotonous and measured, governed by the continuous creaking of timber and the unyielding watchfulness of the mariners. Rather than succumbing to the idleness of the passage, Washington applied his customary discipline to the unfamiliar environment, observing the daily mechanics of navigation with the same methodical care he brought to running a boundary line. He noted the shifting directions of the wind, the daily calculations of latitude, and the distinct behaviors of sea life, recording these details in a small pocket diary with his characteristic precision. 19-year-old George kept a daily log that reflected his grounded curiosity about material facts, detailing the provisions consumed and the changing temper of the sea. Lacking the poetic inclinations that might have moved another traveler to dwell on the vastness of the deep, his entries remained firmly anchored in the practicalities of distance and weather. Every league traversed was a measurable unit to be secured in ink, offering a sense of stability while suspended between two distant ports. This maritime interval also provided long hours of quiet conversation between the brothers, deepening the bond that had sustained the younger man since their father's death. Lawrence's steady presence on the deck served as a constant reminder of the high social standing George hoped one day to achieve, even as the older man's failing strength signaled the fragile nature of human plans. Arriving in Bridgetown in early November, the travelers stepped into a vibrant, highly cultivated world that stood in sharp contrast to the rustic settlements of the Virginia frontier. The island of Barbados was one of the wealthiest possessions in the British Empire, an intensive agricultural landscape entirely dedicated to the production of sugar. Dense fields of cane covered the rolling interior, worked by a massive population of enslaved laborers whose lives were governed by codes far stricter than those Washington had observed in the Tidewater. Along the waterfront, international shipping crowded the docks, while the stone streets of the capital hummed with the continuous movement of merchants, royal officials, and military personnel. For a young man seeking to understand the broader mechanics of imperial power, the busy port offered a concentrated education in transatlantic commerce and colonial administration. Major Gedney Clark, a prominent merchant and influential relative of Lawrence's wife, welcomed the brothers into the highest echelon of island society. Invitations to dine at grand stone plantation houses arrived swiftly, introducing George to an elegant standard of living sustained by immense tropical wealth. At these tables, guests were served from fine imported silver and crystal, enjoying rich local delicacies alongside familiar English fare. Washington recorded his impressions of these gatherings with quiet appreciation, noting particularly the abundance of exotic fruits such as pineapples, guavas, and avocados, which he described as the granadilla and the forbidden fruit. Yet, beneath the refined surface of this hospitality lurked an unseen biological danger that was virtually absent from the isolated farms of his native colony. The hospitality of the island elite soon exacted a physical toll when Washington accepted an invitation to the home of a family known to be recovering from smallpox. Within 2 weeks of his arrival, the young Virginian developed the classic symptoms of the dreaded disease, experiencing deep chills, severe headaches, and a rapidly rising fever. The malady was highly contagious and frequently fatal in the 18th century, arriving with a severity that respected neither wealth nor physical strength. Forced to take to his bed in the rented house near Bridgetown, Washington entered a perilous medical ordeal that suspended all his explorations of the island. His unyielding constitution, previously tested by the hardships of the frontier, now faced an internal struggle against a microscopic enemy that could not be mastered by discipline alone. Medical practices of the era dictated strict confinement for smallpox patients, aiming to encourage the eruption of the pustules through the application of heavy heat. To exclude the light, attendants tightly shuttered the windows, leaving the suffering youth beneath thick woolen blankets despite the stifling tropical climate. Inside the darkened chamber, standard remedies were administered, though survival depended almost entirely upon the natural resilience of the patient. As the fever held him in its grip, days blurred into nights, leaving him weak and semi conscious while the characteristic lesions formed across his skin. Throughout this prolonged confinement, Lawrence remained nearby, watching over his brother with growing concern while managing his own persistent decline. Weeks passed in this dim isolation before the fever finally began to recede, signaling that the primary danger had passed. The physical recovery was slow and measured, requiring gradual nourishment to restore the weight and muscle lost during the height of the sickness. When the scabs eventually faded, they left behind a scattering of light pockmarks across his nose and cheeks, permanent physical signatures of his survival. Later portrait painters frequently omitted these marks, yet Washington carried them as a quiet badge of endurance for the rest of his life. More importantly, the ordeal gifted him with absolute biological immunity to the virus, an unseen shield that would prove invaluable in the decades to come. Surviving the infection left the young Virginian uniquely equipped for his future role as the commander of a revolutionary force. During the long years of the War for Independence, smallpox would sweep through crowded military encampments with devastating effect, incapacitating whole regiments and threatening the survival of the army more reliably than British gunpowder. Because Washington had endured the fever in the tropical heat of Barbados, he could walk among his sick and dying soldiers without fear of contagion. This personal immunity allowed him to maintain command during the darkest medical crises of the conflict, eventually leading him to mandate the systematic inoculation of the Continental forces. It remains a profound historical irony that his only youthful excursion beyond the safety of home provided the precise biological defense necessary to secure a nation's freedom. Once his strength returned, Washington resumed his careful observation of the island's highly structured society and physical defenses. His journal entries trace a renewed activity as he rode out to inspect the impressive stone fortifications that guarded the coastline against foreign intervention. Sighting along the thick parapets of Charles Fort and Needham's Point, he studied the placement of heavy artillery and the geometric angles of the bastions with a professional eye. He dined frequently with the commanding officers of the local British garrison, observing the strict discipline and formal protocols that maintained order among the regular troops. These interactions deepened his respect for professional military organization, offering a standard of martial efficiency that he would later seek to replicate within his own unpolished forces. On a warm December evening, the recovering youth attended a production at a Bridgetown theater, marking his first documented experience with the professional stage. The company performed George Barnwell, a popular London tragedy depicting the moral ruin of an apprentice led astray by worldly temptations. Sitting in the candlelit hall, Washington watched the reported miseries of the characters unfold, absorbing the measured delivery and dramatic gestures of the actors. Theater would remain a lifelong passion for him, offering a structured space where human passions were displayed, examined, and ultimately brought to resolution. This quiet evening in the tropical heat provided a rare moment of artistic contemplation for a mind usually preoccupied with measurements and practical outcomes. The military architecture of the island held an even greater fascination for the observant surveyor than the entertainments of the town. He spent hours examining the complex network of trenches, batteries, and stone walls that transformed Barbados into an unyielding fortress. Every defensive work was evaluated for its command of the approaches and its structural durability against both sea assaults and inland rebellions. Along the vulnerable bays, the natural coral rock had been quarried and shaped to form clean, solid lines of defense against the surf. This careful study of permanent masonry and strategic siting provided practical lessons in engineering that would inform his later decisions when fortifying the heights of New York and the rivers of Virginia. For Lawrence, however, the tropical climate provided no lasting remedy, as the steady warmth failed to arrest the deep decay within his chest. Convinced that further time on the island was useless, the older brother decided to seek the clearer air of Bermuda, determining that George should return to Mount Vernon to manage their affairs. The realization that the journey had failed to bring healing cast a somber shadow over their final days in Bridgetown. Arrangements were made for the younger man's passage home, requiring him to gather his journals, secure their remaining funds, and prepare for a solitary winter voyage. Carrying the weight of these somber tidings, the 19-year-old prepared to sail for home. The brothers parted ways for the final time at the Bridgetown docks in late December, an unspoken acknowledgment passing between them that Lawrence's days were drawing to a close. Standing on the wooden wharf, George watched the small boat carry his brother out toward another vessel, feeling the impending loss of the man who had guided his rise. Winter gales battered the Atlantic seaboard, making the return voyage aboard the Industry stormy and difficult for the solitary passenger. When he finally reached the familiar wharves of the York River in early February of 1752, he brought with him a mature gravity forged through sickness and solitary travel. He hastened back to Mount Vernon, where the household waited in anxious suspension for news from the South. Returning alone to Virginia marked the conclusion of Washington's youth, as the final decline of his brother accelerated his transition into the responsibilities of manhood. Lawrence lingered for only a few months after returning to his beloved estate, passing away softly in the summer of 1752 and leaving Mount Vernon to his widow, with George named as the ultimate heir. This profound loss removed his primary protector, but placed him in a position of significant social and material independence. As he settled his brother's accounts and assumed greater oversight of the lands along the Potomac, the 20-year-old surveyor looked to secure his own place within the administrative hierarchy of the colony. His gaze turned steadily toward the vast contested forests of the western frontier, where rising tensions between rival empires would soon prompt the royal governor to seek a messenger possessing both extraordinary stamina and absolute reliability. Chapter 4: The Mission to the Ohio. In the late autumn of 1753, the tranquil routines of the Virginia capital at Williamsburg were quietly disrupted by reports of foreign encroachment along the distant western rivers. Royal Governor Robert Dinwiddie had received explicit instructions from London to warn off any French forces attempting to establish strongholds within the borders of the territory claimed by the British Crown. The task required a royal emissary capable of carrying an official ultimatum across hundreds of miles of trackless, winter-locked mountains, a journey few established gentlemen of the colony were prepared to undertake. Seeking a messenger who possessed both official standing and extraordinary physical stamina, the governor turned his attention toward the 21-year-old major of the Southern District Militia. George Washington accepted the commission without hesitation, recognizing that the hazardous winter assignment offered a direct path to the high public distinction he had sought since his youth. Preparations for the wilderness diplomacy proceeded with measured urgency as the young officer departed the colonial capital and turned his horse northward toward the settled limits of the Tidewater. Gathering essential stores required stops at Fredericksburg and Alexandria, where pack saddles, provisions, and cold weather gear were assembled for the difficult months ahead. The transition from the comfortable brick dwellings of the coast to the raw settlements of the interior marked a steady recession of civil comforts. Along the rolling paths leading toward the Blue Ridge, the autumn leaves had already fallen, leaving the gray timber exposed to the sharpening winds of November. With every mile traversed, the young major left the familiar terrain of his surveying youth behind, advancing into a contested region where European treaties held little practical authority. Arriving at Wills Creek, the final outpost of British trade on the upper Potomac, Washington focused on enlisting a small, reliable company to support the physical demands of the expedition. Chief among these recruits was Christopher Gist, a seasoned frontiersman and explorer whose intimate knowledge of the Western trails made him an indispensable guide for the mission. To manage the necessary translations, the party secured Jacob van Bram, a Dutch fencing master who claimed a working knowledge of French, alongside John Davidson, an interpreter skilled in regional indigenous dialects. 4 servitors and traders completed the modest column, managing the loaded pack horses that carried survival stores, trading goods, and the official sealed dispatches. This compact group moved out from the shelter of the trading post in mid-November, immediately beginning the steady, arduous climb into the Allegheny Ranges. The passage through the mountains tested the endurance of both men and beasts as early winter storms descended upon the high passes with relentless severity. Heavy snow accumulations obscured the narrow paths, forcing the horses to struggle through deep drifts while crossing swollen, ice-choked mountain streams. Against the biting dampness of the mountain air, the travelers relied on thick bearskin coats and heavy woolen wrappings to preserve their warmth during the slow daily progress. Washington recorded the unyielding conditions in his log with brief, factual entries, noting the continuous precipitation and the rapid fatigue settling into the pack animals. Survival in this elevated wilderness required constant physical exertion, leaving little room for error as the temperature continued to drop along the exposed ridges. Descending finally from the highlands, the column reached the vital forks of the Ohio, where the swift currents of the Allegheny and Monongahela rivers merged to form a broad westward channel. Standing upon the triangular point of land where the waters met, Washington surveyed the silent expanse with the experienced, calculating eye of a professional mapmaker. He noted the commanding elevation of the banks, measuring the depth of the channels, and observing how completely a well placed fortress on that spot would control access to the interior. The spatial mastery developed during his years with the chain allowed him to envision the future military significance of the site long before any stone or timber had been raised. This brief inspection confirmed the strategic logic of the frontier struggle, demonstrating that whichever empire secured the forks would inevitably dominate the vast Ohio Valley. Pushing further down the river to the trading settlement of Logstown, the party halted to confer with regional indigenous leaders whose support was vital for safe passage through the disputed territory. The diplomatic landscape of the frontier was highly complex, governed by alliances and rivalries among native nations seeking to maintain their own sovereignty between two encroaching European powers. Central to these negotiations was Tenacharisin, an influential Seneca leader known to the English as the Half King, who held authority over the local tribal councils. Washington spent several days engaging in the unhurried formal rituals of native diplomacy, listening to extended orations through his interpreters and presenting traditional strings of wampum to demonstrate British goodwill. Securing Tanakarisin's agreement to accompany the column provided official native sanction for the journey, though the older leader's deep resentment toward recent French actions hinted at the volatile passions stirring beneath the surface. With Tanakarisin and a small escort of warriors added to the company, the northern march resumed, following ancient trails that wound through dense, snow covered forests toward the French outposts. The cold deepened steadily as they approached Venango, an old indigenous town situated at the mouth of French Creek, where the standard of France now flew above a confiscated English trading house. Here, Washington encountered the initial line of French authority, meeting with Captain Philippe Thomas de Joncaire, a veteran frontier officer who maintained immense influence among the regional tribes. John Kerr received the young Virginian with calculated politeness, offering the shelter of his quarters while declining to accept the governor's official letter, insisting it must be delivered to his superior further north. The evening that followed provided a rare glimpse into the absolute confidence of the rival empire. During the evening meal at Venango, the hospitality of the French hosts included a generous provision of wine, which gradually loosened the customary reserve of the seasoned officers. Sitting quietly at the table, Washington refrained from heavy indulgence, choosing instead to observe his companions closely while absorbing their unguarded conversation. The French commanders spoke openly of their absolute design to take possession of the entire Ohio Valley, asserting that while the English possessed superior numbers along the Atlantic coast, their movements were too slow to prevent the establishment of a chain of western forts. They detailed their logistical capabilities and their command of the internal waterways, laying out a strategic vision that left no room for British expansion. The young major recorded these assertions verbatim in his memory, recognizing that the polite dinner conversation amounted to an unambiguous declaration of impending conflict. Leaving Venango behind, the final leg of the journey toward Fort Le Boeuf proved to be the most exhausting segment of the entire enterprise. Continuous freezing rains turned the primitive tracks into deep mires of icy mud, exhausting the horses and forcing the column to cross several swollen, freezing creeks on improvised log rafts. The physical strain of managing the faltering pack train through the sodden timber slowed their progress to a crawl, consuming more than 4 days to cover the remaining 60 miles. When the wooden palisades of Fort Le Boeuf finally appeared through the gray winter mist on the 11th of December, the travelers had reached the absolute limit of their resources. Washington arranged his uniform as best he could before passing through the heavy wooden gates to present his credentials to the French commander. Jacques Legardeur de Saint Pierre, an elderly knight of the Military Order of St. Louis, received the weary American envoy with the polished grace of an aristocratic veteran. Washington drew the governor's sealed letter from the protective oilcloth pouches that had preserved the parchment from the continuous snow, handing the formal ultimatum to the one-eyed commander. While St. Pierre retired with his subordinate officers to translate the document and frame an appropriate reply, the young major utilized the mandatory waiting period to execute a thorough reconnaissance of the installation. He walked the interior grounds with quiet deliberation, noting the thickness of the timber walls, the placement of the defensive bastions, and the discipline maintained among the garrison soldiers. The activities within the wooden walls of Fort Le Boeuf during those brief December days provided the observant Virginian with irrefutable evidence of French intentions. While the senior officers deliberated in private rooms, Washington sat through the formal midday meals, maintaining a calm, unruffled exterior that revealed nothing of his internal calculations. Slipping away from the primary buildings during the afternoon hours, he walked the frozen perimeter along the banks of French Creek, methodically counting the vessels assembled along the shore. His notes recorded over 50 birch bark canoes and 170 pine boats, alongside vast stores of pre-cut ribs and framing timber ready for the construction of more. This simple factual inventory confirmed that a massive amphibious force was being prepared to sweep down the river at the first sign of the spring thaw. On the 14th of December, St. Pierre delivered his official written response, a document structured with flawless diplomatic courtesy that firmly rejected the British demand to withdraw. Convinced that any delay would allow the winter to lock the mountains permanently against their return, Washington ordered an immediate departure for the south. The return journey quickly disintegrated into a desperate struggle for survival as the horses, exhausted by lack of forage and constant exposure, proved incapable of carrying even the basic packs. Concluding that the slow progress of the animals would guarantee their starvation in the wilderness, Washington made the critical decision to leave the main party behind under Van Bram's command. Securing his field journal and the sealed French reply against his chest, the major determined to make the return race on foot, accompanied only by the hardened frontiersman Gist. The solitary trek southward across the frozen landscape stripped away all remaining buffers between the travelers and the unyielding elements. Wearing heavy native walking dress and carrying standard packs, Washington and Gist pressed forward through deep snowdrifts, maintaining a relentless pace designed to outrun the advancing winter. The constant threat of hostile scouts required absolute vigilance, a danger realized when a solitary native guide they encountered suddenly turned and fired his musket at them from short range. The shot missed cleanly in the quiet forest, allowing the two men to secure the assailant before marching him through the night to ensure their escape. Exhausted and operating on minimal sleep, they continued their movement toward the eventual barrier of the Allegheny River. Arriving at the riverbanks, they expected to find the channel frozen solid enough to support their weight, but discovered instead a violent current filled with massive, swirling flows of broken ice. With only a single dull hatchet between them, the two men spent an entire day of grueling physical labor hacking down timber to construct a crude wooden raft. Launching the unstable craft into the freezing water at twilight, they attempted to navigate the dense drift using long setting poles to push past the floating ice. Midway across the broad channel, a heavy floe jammed violently against Washington's pole, jerking the young officer off his balance and plunging him directly into the freezing current. He managed to catch hold of the unbarked logs, pulling his soaked frame back onto the raft while the current carried them helplessly away from their intended landing. Unable to reach either shore, the shivering men abandoned the raft and waded through the shallows to a desolate, uninhabited island near the center of the river. The night that followed brought sub-zero temperatures that froze Washington's sodden clothing stiff against his skin, testing his physical endurance to its absolute limits. Gist suffered severe frostbite in his hands and feet during the long hours of darkness, while the younger man's iron constitution somehow resisted permanent injury from the extreme exposure. When the gray dawn finally broke, the intense overnight cold had frozen the remaining channel solid, allowing the stiffened travelers to walk across the solid ice to the safety of the mainland. Securing fresh horses at a nearby trading post, Washington pressed on through the final stretches of the frontier, driven by the absolute necessity of delivering his intelligence to the waiting government. On the 16th of January, 1754, the exhausted young major arrived in Williamsburg and placed his damp field log directly into the hands of Governor Dinwiddie. The governor recognized the immense value of the document immediately, ordering its swift publication under the title The Journal of Major George Washington, a text that circulated rapidly through the colonies and across the Atlantic to London. This uncalculated report, written with the straightforward clarity of a practical observer, established Washington's public reputation as a figure of exceptional resourcefulness and providential survival. Yet the intelligence contained within those pages left no room for diplomatic maneuvering, confirming that the French host was poised to descend upon the Ohio. As the winter gave way to the approaching spring, the young major looked to return to the wilderness, leading a small, raw force toward a rocky glen where the inevitable clash of empires would finally begin. Chapter 5: The Disaster at Fort Necessity. The immediate consequence of the winter intelligence delivered to Williamsburg was an accelerated effort to secure the forks of the Ohio before the spring thaws allowed the French armament to descend from the north. Governor Dinwiddie, recognizing that paper proclamations held no weight against birch bark canoes and framing timber, ordered the rapid mobilization of the newly formed Virginia Regiment. Command of the enterprise was granted to Colonel Joshua Fry, a seasoned scholar and mapmaker, while George Washington, promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel, was tasked with leading the advance elements back into the mountains. His orders were explicit: construct a substantial storehouse at the junction of the rivers and clear a defensible road capable of supporting heavy supply wagons and artillery. The young officer accepted the responsibility with his customary determination, though the resources provided by the colonial government remained dangerously inadequate for the scale of the task ahead. Advancing back into the mountain tracks in the damp spring of 1754, the small column of raw recruits encountered logistical obstacles that slowed their progress to a grueling crawl. Moving heavily laden wagons through ancient, unbroken timber required the continuous physical labor of the soldiery, who spent long days wielding axes and levers to widen narrow footpaths and bridge marshy ravines. Provisions were sparse, pay was delayed, and the constant strain of cutting roads through the rocky soil fostered early discontent among the unpolished ranks. Washington managed these daily frustrations with a quiet, unbending discipline, riding back and forth along the expanding line to ensure steady movement forward. Yet every mile gained consumed precious days, gradually eroding the temporal advantage the Virginians needed to establish a secure foothold ahead of their rivals. Deep within the rolling highland timber, the expedition reached a natural, low-lying clearing known to traders as the Great Meadows. Bounded by dense forests and divided by a small winding creek, the open pasturage offered welcome relief for the exhausted pack animals and an accessible supply of fresh water. Washington surveyed the wide basin and deemed it a charming field for an encounter, establishing a temporary base camp while awaiting the arrival of Colonel Fry's main force and vital stores. Trenches were traced lightly in the topsoil, and the men settled into the routine of camp survival while scouts were dispatched to monitor the surrounding mountain passes. The tranquility of the isolated meadow proved brief, however, as reports soon filtered in, confirming that the French had already seized the forks of the Ohio. They had demolished the modest British trading post and begun erecting the massive wooden bastions of Fort Duquesne. Intelligence arrived from the native camps warning that a French scouting party had crossed the river and was operating covertly within a few miles of the Virginia encampment. Convinced that the hidden detachment intended to ambush his column or direct a larger force against the Great Meadows, Washington resolved to take the initiative rather than wait for an assault. On a dark, rain-soaked evening in late May, he led a select detachment of 40 men out from the camp, leaving the wagons behind to navigate the treacherous forest on foot. The night march was a chaotic trial of endurance as the soldiers stumbled through dripping thickets, over slick rock ledges, and blindly into unseen trunks under a relentless downpour. Arriving at the camp of his ally Tenacharasan near dawn, the young commander coordinated a joint approach to encircle the hidden French position before the morning mist could lift. The discovery of the hidden encampment revealed the French force resting in a secluded rocky ravine bounded by steep stone walls that offered little avenue for escape. Moving quietly along the elevated rim of the glen, the Virginians and their indigenous allies took up positions looking directly down upon the sheltered camp below. Accounts of the moments that followed remain clouded by competing loyalties, but the silence of the morning forest was suddenly broken by the sharp report of musket fire. The brief exchange lasted only a quarter of an hour, resulting in the complete surprise and overwhelming defeat of the small reconnaissance party. When the smoke cleared from the damp glen, the French commander, Joseph Coulon de Ville-Jumonville, lay dead among the rocks. This event instantly transformed regional border friction into an overt act of war. Recognizing that this early morning exchange would inevitably draw a massive response from the garrison at Fort Duquesne, Washington ordered his men to gather the surviving prisoners and return immediately to the Great Meadows. The strategic reality of his position had shifted from an offensive road clearing mission to a precarious defensive stand deep within hostile territory. Shortly after returning to the camp, word arrived that Colonel Fry had died after a sudden fall from his horse, leaving the 22-year-old lieutenant colonel in sole command of the entire regiment. Bearing this unexpected weight, Washington directed his exhausted men to fortify their open position, determining to hold the meadow against the gathering response rather than attempt a slow, vulnerable retreat across the mountains. Labor on the defensive works proceeded with urgent simplicity as the soldiers felled nearby timber to construct a rudimentary place of safety. Split logs were driven vertically into the damp earth to form a small circular palisade measuring less than 50 feet in diameter, which Washington named Fort Necessity. The structure was modest, offering shelter for little more than the ammunition stores and basic provisions, while external earthworks were thrown up in the surrounding grass to protect the infantry. Situated near the center of the low clearing, the fort relied on the open distance to keep approaching marksmen at bay, though the surrounding tree lines remained uncomfortably close to the outer perimeters. The men worked with dull tools and weary limbs, casting constant glances toward the dark line of the woods where the response was expected to emerge. Reinforcements eventually reached the camp in the form of the remaining Virginia companies and an independent company of British regulars from South Carolina, commanded by Captain James Mackay. The arrival of professional troops brought welcome numbers, but introduced immediate friction regarding military rank and the chain of command. Mackay held a royal commission signed by the king, leading him to view orders from a colonial militia officer as provisional and legally non-binding upon his regulars. Washington navigated this delicate institutional challenge with quiet restraint, agreeing to divide camp responsibilities and maintain separate guards to preserve harmony among the defenders. While the officers negotiated protocol, the physical stores of the camp dwindled steadily, leaving the combined force of 400 men on short rations as the summer heat settled into the valley. Under the command of Louis Coulon de Villiers, the older brother of the slain Jumonville, a force of more than 600 French soldiers and indigenous warriors marched out from Fort Duquesne to seek retribution. Moving rapidly through the mountain defiles in early July, the experienced column utilized the natural cover of the forest to approach the American position without detection. Villiers understood the geography of the region perfectly, directing his men to occupy the high wooded margins surrounding the great meadows rather than attempt an open assault across the cleared grass. As the French line established itself among the trees on the morning of the 3rd of July, the defenders found themselves surrounded and subjected to a steady, concentrated crossfire from elevated positions. On the 3rd of July, the tactical difficulties of the defense were compounded when a dark weather front descended upon the mountains, unleashing a relentless summer downpour over the valley. The low-lying meadow quickly absorbed the heavy rain, transforming the ground around the fort into a field of thick, clinging mud that sucked the shoes directly from the soldiers' feet as they maneuvered between the earthworks. Water pooled rapidly in the shallow exterior trenches, leaving the men kneeling in cold, muddy streams while musket balls struck the sodden earth around them. The French and native marksmen, sheltered beneath the thick canopy of the forest edge, maintained their deliberate fire throughout the afternoon, steadily reducing the effective strength of the exposed garrison. Continuous precipitation steadily degraded the physical capabilities of the regiment as the humid air and driving rain infiltrated their unsealed cartridge boxes. The distinct, acrid smell of wet black powder hung heavy over the enclosure as soldiers attempted in vain to clear their firelocks, finding the prime washed from the pans and the paper charges ruined by the wetness. Without functional muskets, the defense was reduced to passive endurance, waiting behind the splintering palisade logs, while casualties mounted among the wounded and exhausted men. Washington remained among his troops throughout the ordeal, his own uniform soaked and mud-stained, observing the systematic failure of his defensive preparations as the gray daylight began to fade. Inside the dark, dripping interior of a small canvas tent, the immediate fate of the column was decided near midnight after Villiers called for a cessation of arms to propose terms of capitulation. With his powder exhausted and his provisions gone, Washington had no alternative but to consent to the parley, dispatching his Dutch interpreter, Jacob van Bram, to receive the French demands. Returning to the crowded shelter, the fencing master struggled by the light of a sputtering, wind-blown candle to read the handwritten document, deciphering the wet parchment while rain drummed heavily against the canvas overhead. Van Bram's command of the language proved imprecise in the dimness, leading him to translate the legal nuances of the text with fatal ambiguity. He rendered a critical phrase concerning the assassination of Jumonville merely as the death or loss of the officer. Relying entirely upon this flawed verbal translation, Washington affixed his signature to the damp capitulation document, unaware that he was formally acknowledging responsibility for the death of a designated envoy. The specific terms of parole granted by Villiers were otherwise lenient, allowing the disarmed American garrison to march away the following morning with their personal effects and regimental colors. However, the agreement explicitly required the return of the French prisoners currently held in Virginia and mandated that 2 American officers remain behind as hostages. Accepting these conditions preserved the lives of his surviving men, but effectively surrendered the entire western frontier to French control and dealt a severe blow to Washington's early public standing. This devastating reversal on the frontier imparted an unyielding lesson to the young commander, demonstrating the absolute necessity of secure supply lines and the profound danger of allowing personal ambition to outrun logistical reality. He recognized that his desire for distinction had led him to establish an unsupportable position in a low basin, far from reinforcement and vulnerable to the unpredictable temper of the elements. Never again would he permit a force under his command to be trapped in an isolated fortification without a clear avenue of retreat or the material reserves necessary to sustain a defense. The bitter experience at the Great Meadows stripped away his remaining tactical naivety, replacing it with a cautious, methodical skepticism that would govern his military decisions for the remainder of his life. When the gray light of morning broke on the 4th of July, the battered remnants of the Virginia regiment emerged from the muddy enclosure to begin their somber return to the settlements. Carrying their wounded on improvised litters and walking without the aid of their lost pack horses, the column moved slowly away from the abandoned palisade, leaving the smoking ruins of Fort Necessity behind in the quiet clearing. The long march back across the mountains was marked by fatigue and silent reflection as the men retraced the paths they had cut with such optimism only weeks before. The frontier was now firmly closed to British expansion, setting the stage for the Crown to respond not with the modest efforts of colonial militias, but with the massive, disciplined power of a professional army under a veteran general. Chapter 6: The Monongahela Campaign. The immediate consequence of the disaster at the Great Meadows was an uncharacteristic transformation of the British military posture toward its colonies. Informed of the capitulation of Fort Necessity, the ministry in London concluded that the defense of the Ohio frontier could no longer be entrusted to disjointed colonial governments and raw provincial militias. The response was the mobilization of a conventional European expeditionary force, spearheaded by two regiments of Irish establishment regulars, the 44th and the 48th Foot, commanded by Major General Edward Braddock. Arriving in Virginia in the early spring of 1755, Braddock established his headquarters at Alexandria, introducing the colonies to the immense unbending power of a professional imperial army. George Washington, who had resigned his commission to avoid the humiliation of serving under junior royal officers, watched the assembly of this force with intense professional interest. He eventually accepted an invitation to join the general's family as an unpaid volunteer aide-de-camp. The military culture Braddock imposed upon the expedition was one of absolute discipline, strict adherence to manual exercise, and an unshakable belief in the superiority of conventional European tactics. Braddock was a veteran of the Coldstream Guards, a man of personal bravery and rigid administrative habits who viewed the vast American forests through the lens of Flanders campaigns. His column was a highly complex logistical machine requiring hundreds of heavy supply wagons, artillery trains, and thousands of draft animals to sustain its slow movement forward. Washington observed these vast preparations with a mixture of admiration and quiet anxiety. The young Virginian recognized that the sheer weight of the baggage train would inevitably slow their progress across the rugged interior. Yet he remained eager to serve, hoping to absorb the operational expertise of the veteran staff while securing a direct path toward a permanent royal commission. Advancing from the trading outpost of Fort Cumberland at Wills Creek in early June, the expedition encountered the physical realities of the Allegheny Range, which immediately challenged Braddock's European doctrine. The route required cutting a 12-foot wide road through ancient, unbroken timber. This grueling physical labor consumed the energies of the soldiery and slowed the column's progress to less than 3 miles a day. The heavy iron-tired supply wagons broke down continuously on the rocky, uneven slopes, while the draft horses, deprived of adequate forage in the deep shade of the canopy, weakened and died by the score. Observing this agonizingly slow progress, Washington offered a private council of speed, advising the general to divide the army. He suggested leaving the heavy baggage behind with a rear guard while pushing forward rapidly with a select, unencumbered flying column before the French could reinforce the Ohio. Braddock accepted the logic of the recommendation, selecting roughly 1,200 prime troops and a light complement of artillery to make the rapid advance toward Fort Duquesne. However, even this streamlined detachment remained bound to European operational habits, halting frequently to level small ravines and throw bridges across minor brooks. During this critical phase of the march, Washington was struck down by a violent fever and severe dysentery, an illness so debilitating that he was forced to halt and rest in the rear under the care of a physician. He lay inside a covered wagon for nearly 2 weeks, consumed by physical pain but driven by an absolute determination not to miss the impending encounter. As the flying column approached the final crossings of the Monongahela River in early July, the recovering aide secured transport forward. He rode into the lines on the 8th of July with soft cushions strapped to his saddle to mitigate the agonizing movement of his horse. On the morning of the 9th of July, the British column executed a flawless, highly disciplined crossing of the Monongahela River just 10 miles south of Fort Duquesne. The scene was an imposing display of imperial martial pride, designed to intimidate any watching scouts. The regular infantry marched through the shallow waters with bayonets fixed, drums beating the grenadiers' march, and the regimental colors flying high against the dark green backdrop of the forest. Crossing the river twice to avoid a treacherous bend, the advance elements under Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Gage ascended the gentle northern bank. They entered a dense stretch of timber characterized by deep ravines and thick underbrush. Washington rode near Braddock in the main body, observing the orderly alignment of the troops with quiet satisfaction, convinced that the formidable column would easily sweep aside any resistance. The silence of the afternoon forest was suddenly shattered shortly after 1 o'clock when the advance guard encountered a mixed force of roughly 900 French regulars, Canadian militiamen, and indigenous warriors. This force was led by Captain Daniel Leonard de Beaujeu. Beaujeu, dressed in native hunting attire with a silver gorget at his throat, visibly directed his followers to deploy immediately to the left and right perimeters. They seized the elevated ground along the hidden ravines flanking the British road. The opening British volleys killed Beaujeu instantly, but the surviving French and native forces melted seamlessly into the dense timber. They utilized the natural cover of ancient trunks and fallen logs to direct a devastating, deliberate crossfire into the road. Caught entirely by surprise in a compressed space, Gage's vanguard fell back in confusion. They collided directly with the advancing main body under Braddock to form a chaotic, disorganized mass of red wool and gleaming muskets. The tactical situation quickly disintegrated into a one-sided slaughter as the hidden marksmen poured continuous fire into the huddled British ranks from the safety of the perimeter margins. Braddock's regulars, trained to fight shoulder to shoulder on open plains, attempted to form conventional battle lines. They fired blind, deafening volleys into the empty tree line that produced nothing but thick clouds of gray sulphurous smoke. The smoke settled heavily under the damp canopy, obscuring the enemy while marking the bright red coats of the infantry as distinct targets for the hidden rifles. Officers who attempted to organize charges into the woods were systematically picked off. This left the leaderless soldiers paralyzed by panic, firing wildly into the backs of their own comrades in the terror and confusion of the compressed road. Throughout this 3-hour ordeal, General Braddock displayed unshakable physical courage, riding furiously through the hail of lead to curse his breaking men. He struck them with the flat of his sword in a desperate effort to force them into line. 4 horses were shot beneath the aging commander before a musket ball finally passed through his right arm and penetrated his lungs. This wound brought him down into the bloody dust of the road. With the general incapacitated, his 2 senior aides dead or dying, and the regimental command structures entirely demolished, the administrative machinery of the army ceased to exist. Washington, still suffering from the lingering weakness of his fever, found himself the sole surviving member of the official family capable of carrying orders. The actions of the 23-year-old volunteer aide during the final collapse of the line established his public reputation for an almost supernatural physical invulnerability. Riding calmly through the concentrated fire, Washington carried instructions to the surviving officers and organized artillery defenses. He attempted to rally the provincial troops who had taken cover behind trees in the native manner. 2 horses were killed directly beneath him as he maneuvered through the smoke, and 4 musket balls tore clean holes through his heavy broadcloth coat. Yet he emerged from the slaughter entirely untouched by steel or lead. Observers noted that his grave, towering frame seemed to be everywhere at once, projecting an extraordinary aura of unhurried command, while the professional soldiers of the crown broke and fled in terror. When the retreat finally began, it was not an orderly military maneuver, but a blind, desperate stampede back toward the river crossings. The army left the artillery, the supply wagons, and hundreds of dead and wounded comrades behind in the forest. Washington managed to secure the bleeding frame of General Braddock, loading the dying commander into a small cart. He directed a handful of surviving Virginia provincials to guide the vehicle across the shallow waters. The physical condition of the retreating column was desperate, with wounded men clinging to the stirrups of surviving horses and stragglers falling out along the road from exhaustion. Operating without sleep and driven by sheer willpower, Washington rode throughout the night to reach the reserve camp under Colonel Thomas Dunbar. General Edward Braddock lingered in agony for 4 days during the chaotic retreat across the mountains, his rigid worldview entirely dismantled by the catastrophe. He spoke little during the long hours in the jolting cart, murmuring occasionally of the surprise. He was noted to say quietly, "Who would have thought it?" and later, "We shall better know how to deal with them another time." He died on the evening of the 13th of July as the column halted near the Great Meadows, leaving Washington to oversee the final arrangements. Fearing that advancing native scouts would discover the grave and desecrate the remains, the young aide ordered the interment to take place in the absolute center of the newly cut military road. The burial service was a brief, somber ceremony conducted by the light of sputtering torches in the damp morning mist. Standing over the shallow trench, Washington read the solemn words of the Anglican service from the general's prayer book. His voice remained steady despite his profound physical exhaustion. Once the earth was filled in, he ordered the remaining heavy supply wagons and the marching infantry to drive directly over the site. This packed the dirt flat to obliterate any visible trace of the grave. The column then resumed its rapid movement toward the east. They left the bones of the royal commander sealed beneath the very track he had spent his final months hacking through the wilderness. The strategic consequence of Dunbar's subsequent decision to abandon the frontier left the borders of Virginia entirely exposed to continuous raiding. Without the protection of the professional army, the western settlements collapsed into panic. Washington returned to Mount Vernon in late July, his physical frame exhausted, but his standing as a military figure elevated to unprecedented heights. He had observed the absolute failure of British regular arms at close range. This experience permanently stripped away his youthful awe of imperial authority and fostered a quiet, enduring reliance on American capabilities. In August of 1755, the House of Burgesses recognized his extraordinary service by commissioning him as the commander-in-chief of all Virginia forces. At 23 years old, he assumed responsibility for protecting a 300-mile frontier with a force of less than 1,000 poorly equipped provincial troops. The years that followed were a grueling administrative trial, defined by endless struggles with supply shortages and desertion. The discipline forged during the disaster on the Monongahela sustained him through the dark seasons of the frontier war. It prepared him for the far greater administrative burdens that awaited him in the decades to come. Chapter 7: The Master of Mount Vernon. Resigning his commission in the final weeks of 1758, the young commander turned his back on the blood-stained mountain tracks to claim the domestic permanence he had long pursued. The frontier war had left him physically depleted, but socially elevated. His name recognized throughout the colonies as a synonym for steady command under duress. On a crisp January day in 1759, he wed Martha Dandridge Custis, a union celebrated at her expansive estate of White House along the Pamunkey River. She was a woman of calm disposition and agreeable manners, possessing an immense personal fortune accumulated by her late husband, Daniel Parke Custis. Settling together at Mount Vernon the following spring, Washington entered a realm of private administration that permanently shifted his daily focus from survival to deliberate material expansion. The Union brought extraordinary financial resources under Washington's direct oversight, instantly elevating him into the highest tier of the Virginia planter elite. Beyond the immediate cash reserves, the Custis dower encompassed more than 17,000 acres of prime agricultural land distributed across several counties. He also assumed the legal guardianship of Martha's two surviving children, John Parke Custis and Martha Parke Custis. Managing these extensive holdings required the meticulous consolidation of accounts, real estate titles, and labor distributions. The quiet bachelor residence overlooking the Potomac was soon filled with new voices, additional servants, and the steady arrival of elegant furnishings ordered directly from England. For the younger son who had once measured his prospects by the links of a surveyor's chain, the acquisition of this vast domestic establishment represented the absolute fulfillment of his early social ambitions. Across the Atlantic, regular invoices sent to London merchant houses reveal a master determined to equip his household in exact accordance with his newfound station. Orders dispatched to his primary agent, Robert Carey and Company, specified the finest broadcloth coats tailored to his distinct physical measurements, durable riding boots, and silver shoe buckles of modest but flawless design. Textiles of silk and fine linen were imported for Martha, alongside specialized agricultural implements, saddle leather, and medicinal stores required for the management of a large isolated community. This continuous transatlantic commerce fostered a complex reliance on British credit, where the value of his annual crops was weighed against the rising cost of imported gentility. Every crate unloaded at the Mount Vernon wharf deposited tangible evidence of European refinement, while binding the estate tighter to the unseen fluctuations of the London market. Cultivating the traditional staple crop of the colony soon proved to be a precarious economic foundation for the expanding plantation. Tobacco was an exceptionally demanding plant that systematically exhausted the vital nutrients of the delicate tidewater soil within a few short seasons, leaving fields barren and prone to heavy erosion. Furthermore, the consignment system required planters to ship their unpriced hogsheads across the ocean, accepting whatever return the British merchants calculated after deducting standard charges for freight, insurance, tariffs, and personal commissions. Washington monitored these annual returns with growing analytical skepticism. He noted that despite his immense acreage and careful oversight, his initial cash surpluses were steadily eroding into an accumulating debt. His reliance on objective data, ingrained during his youth with the compass, led him to recognize that persistence in the monoculture of the leaf would inevitably end in financial subservience. Deliberate agricultural reforms consequently began to reshape the landscape of Mount Vernon as Washington methodically abandoned the cultivation of tobacco. He transitioned his primary fields toward the production of wheat and other cereal grains, crops that required less intensive manual labor per acre and preserved the fertility of the soil through rotational cycles. This shift demanded an entirely different seasonal rhythm, replacing the continuous hoeing and curing of the broad leaves with the concentrated efforts of deep plowing, broad sowing, and rapid summer harvesting. To support this systemic transformation, he instituted experimental methods of soil enrichment, utilizing river mud, animal manure, and green cover crops plowed directly back into the earth. The fields surrounding the mansion house were gradually reorganized into neat, functional grids that mirrored the absolute order of his private ledger books. To transform raw grain into a profitable export commodity, the estate required substantial mechanical infrastructure, leading Washington to direct the construction of a massive stone merchant mill along the rapid run of Doe Creek. He personally supervised the engineering of the mill race and the installation of heavy grinding stones imported from Europe. He designed a facility capable of processing thousands of bushels of grain each season. The resulting product, categorized as superfine flour, was packed into branded wooden barrels and sold directly to independent shipmasters trading with the sugar islands of the West Indies or the ports of southern Europe. By establishing an integrated processing facility within his own borders, Washington successfully insulated his income from the predatory commissions of the London merchants. He replaced passive colonial consignment with active, diversified commerce. The estate was no longer merely a gentleman's country residence. It had become a highly complex, self-sufficient commercial enterprise. Beyond the heavy timber of the fields, the wide waters of the Potomac River offered an abundant, predictable resource that the enterprising master moved quickly to harvest. Commercial fisheries were established along the sandy shores of the estate to capitalize on the massive annual spring migrations of shad and herring running upstream from the Chesapeake Bay. This seasonal industry required intense coordination during the brief weeks of the run, utilizing specialized flatboats and massive fiber nets to sweep the broad channels. The harvested fish provided both a high protein staple for the plantation's internal consumption and a highly lucrative export product that found a ready market throughout the Caribbean. During the cool, misty mornings of the autumn and spring runs, Washington could frequently be found standing upon the damp riverbank, personally supervising the heavy labor of the haul. He watched with quiet concentration as the massive seine nets, stretching hundreds of feet across the gray current, were drawn steadily inward by the combined force of capstans and rhythmic human strength. Thousands of shimmering herring were landed upon the wet sand in a single sweep, their silver scales catching the pale light of the rising sun before the catch was immediately gathered by awaiting hands. Along the perimeter of the shore, specialized work crews sorted, gutted, and salted the fish with methodical speed. They packed them tightly into sturdy wooden barrels crafted by the estate coopers. It was a dense, unhurried physical process that translated the natural bounty of the river into measurable units of preserved wealth, all executed under the calm, silent observation of the master. Constant experimentation characterized his management of these gathered resources, driven by an analytical desire to eliminate wasted labor and preserve his harvests from the elements. Discontented with the traditional open-air treading of wheat by horses, which exposed the grain to sudden rain and introduced dirt into the flour, he conceived the designs for an innovative circular treading barn. Although the physical realization of his celebrated 16-sided brick and timber structure would arrive later in his career, the structural principles of multi-sided efficiency and interior mechanical processing were part of his continuous mental focus. He studied specialized treatises on husbandry, drafting custom floor plans that utilized slatted wooden decks to allow the separated grain to fall cleanly into secure storage bins below. Every architectural adjustment was calculated to maximize the output of the land while minimizing the physical friction of the labor. Sustaining this vast, diversified network of farms, mills, and fisheries depended entirely upon the unceasing daily labor of hundreds of enslaved men, women, and children. The enslaved population at Mount Vernon grew steadily through natural increase and deliberate acquisition, distributed across 5 distinct administrative units. These units were known as the Mansion House, River, Dogue Run, Muddy Hole, and Union Farms. Each farm operated under the immediate supervision of a hired white overseer or a trusted enslaved foreman, whose responsibilities were defined by strict weekly mandates issued directly from Washington's study. The working day was measured precisely by the ringing of the plantation bell, beginning at the first light of dawn and continuing through the fading shadows of twilight, 6 days a week. For the laborers' quarters scattered across the properties, life was a continuous cycle of physical exertion. It was governed by an absolute legal regime that stripped away personal autonomy to serve the economic architecture of the estate. Within his private ledgers, precise records detail the material allocations distributed to the quarters, reflecting the cold, systematic calculations of 18th century plantation management. Standard weekly rations consisted primarily of measured quantities of cornmeal and salted herring from the river fisheries, supplemented occasionally by vegetables grown in private patches around the cabins. Clothing distributions occurred annually before the onset of winter, providing each field laborer with a single suit of coarse imported linen or heavy woolen cloth. The physical dwellings were modest structures of unpeeled logs and daubed clay, offering minimal insulation against the damp tidewater winters and standing in stark, unadorned contrast to the elegant symmetry of the main residence. Washington monitored these distributions with the same detached exactness he applied to his tool inventories, ensuring basic physical maintenance while strictly limiting overhead expenditures. Here lay the central, enduring contradiction of Washington's domestic realm, an ethical divide that widened silently as the century progressed. He was a man who increasingly read treatises on the natural rights of humanity and cultivated an intense personal philosophy of ordered liberty, yet his entire domestic reality was erected upon the absolute denial of freedom to others. In his private papers, he recorded the births, tasks, illnesses, and deaths of his enslaved workforce with the same factual brevity used to track the yields of his wheat fields or the cost of his boundary stones. While his correspondence from these decades reveals an emerging private frustration with the economic inefficiencies of unfree labor, he made no public move to dismantle the system. The master of Mount Vernon remained bound to the institutional realities of his class, maintaining strict order across his fields, while keeping his internal doubts confined to the quiet margins of his mind. Inside the refined rooms of the mansion, the daily presence of young Jackie and Patsy Custis introduced a welcome softness to the disciplined routines of the former soldier. Washington proved to be a generous and exceptionally protective stepfather, ordering expensive toys, illustrated books, and fine silken garments from London to ensure their comfort. Yet the administration of their lives brought persistent domestic anxieties that resisted the simple application of order. Jackie displayed a cheerful but unyielding indifference to classical scholarship, frustrating his tutors and mirroring Washington's own early struggles with formal education. He seemed to lack the underlying drive for self-improvement that had defined his stepfather. More distressing was the condition of little Patsy, who developed a severe, unpredictable seizure disorder in her early adolescence, an affliction that cast a continuous shadow of medical concern over the household. As his public standing and his family requirements expanded, the physical structure of Mount Vernon evolved to reflect its master's growing stature within the colony. Concluding that the modest 1.5-story dwelling built by Lawrence was insufficient for a man of affairs, Washington initiated a comprehensive architectural expansion that would continue for decades. He raised the roofline to create a full second story, designed symmetrical flanking wings, and ordered the exterior siding to be finished in a specialized rusticated technique. Work crews systematically applied a thick base of white lead paint to the beveled pine boards before casting fine river sand against the wet surface. This produced a durable, textured finish that flawlessly mimicked the appearance of heavy cut stone blocks. It was a masterful illusion of unyielding mass and permanence, constructed entirely from local timber through patient, deliberate craftsmanship. By the close of the 1760s, the younger son of the Tidewater had successfully secured the unassailable material independence he had sought since his youth. He sat regularly as a justice of the peace for Fairfax County, served as an established burgess in the colonial assembly at Williamsburg, and looked out across thousands of acres of flourishing land. Yet, the quiet entries in his account books tracking distant imperial taxes on stamped paper, glass, and imported tea began to signal that his private sanctuary was not immune to external designs. As ministerial policies increasingly threatened the economic foundations of colonial property, the steady master of Mount Vernon found his attention drawn away from his ledger lines. He recognized that the preservation of his domestic security would soon require a return to the public arena. Chapter 8: The Gathering Storm. Stamped paper, fine glass, and chests of imported tea gradually became the physical instruments that drew George Washington away from his agricultural sanctuary and back into the contentious arena of public affairs. For years, the master of Mount Vernon had focused his immense energies on the internal improvement of his estate, seeking absolute independence from the merchant houses of London through the systematic cultivation of wheat and the expansion of his domestic industries. Yet the administrative machinery of the British Empire, burdened by the massive debts accumulated during the recent frontier wars, began to extend its reach directly into the private ledgers of the colonial gentry. Ministerial attempts to extract revenue from the American provinces through internal taxation introduced a new, unpredictable variable into the economic architecture of the plantations. Washington monitored these transatlantic edicts with the analytical precision of a former mapmaker, recognizing that a government capable of seizing colonial property without representation could ultimately reduce freeholders to a state of economic subservience. The passage of the Stamp Act in 1765 provoked an immediate visceral reaction across the continent, though Washington's initial response was characterized by cool calculation rather than fiery declamation. Sitting quietly among the burgesses in the crowded legislative chamber at Williamsburg, he listened intently as younger, more vocal members denounced the imperial edict as an unconstitutional assault on ancient liberties. He took no active part in the floor debates, preferring to observe the shifting temper of the assembly while assessing the practical consequences of the tax upon his own extensive land transactions. Every deed, boundary warrant, and legal contract required the expensive embossed seal of the crown, an imposition that directly threatened the profitability of his ongoing Western investments. This convergence of constitutional principle and private economic defense fostered in him a quiet, unshakable conviction that the ministerial designs must be resisted with steady, methodical resolve. Listening to the dramatic oratory of Patrick Henry, who offered his radical resolves against the tax during the final days of the session, the silent delegate from Fairfax County absorbed the foundational arguments of the resistance. Henry's voice filled the hall with challenging assertions of colonial rights, striking a chord that resonated deeply with men who felt their internal sovereignty slipping away. Washington watched the seasoned leaders of the Tidewater gentry attempt to moderate the younger lawyer's aggressive tone, noting the deep divisions emerging within the ruling class. While he respected the legal caution of his elders, his own natural inclination toward decisive action aligned increasingly with the spirit of the resolves. He departed the capital, carrying copies of the contentious resolutions, returning to the quiet banks of the Potomac to weigh the appropriate mechanisms of colonial leverage. When Parliament repealed the Stamp Act only to substitute the external duties of the Townshend Acts 2 years later, the realization settled upon Washington that sporadic protests would not alter the fundamental trajectory of imperial policy. He concluded that the most effective weapon available to the colonies was not the spoken word, but the deliberate withholding of transatlantic commerce. Writing to his neighbor George Mason in the spring of 1769, he asserted that no man should hesitate to use any legal resource to preserve the liberty of his country, suggesting specifically that the systematic boycott of British manufactured goods offered a practical, peaceful remedy. This transition toward organized economic non importation appealed directly to his orderly mind, transforming individual discontent into a synchronized, measurable strategy of collective endurance. Coordinating this defensive posture required the continuous engagement of the leading planters, who found themselves forced to reconsider their reliance on imported European finery. Invoices dispatched from Mount Vernon during these months show a deliberate reduction in requests for luxury goods, replaced by a renewed emphasis on domestic manufacture and simple utility. Washington calculated the cost of outfitting his laborers in homespun cloth versus imported woolens, recognizing that economic independence was the necessary prerequisite for political liberty. The physical comforts of the Tidewater parlors began to soften into a stern, principled simplicity as neighboring families joined the expanding network of non importation associations. During the quiet, candlelit evenings at Mount Vernon, the intellectual framework of Virginia's resistance was forged through unhurried private conversations between Washington and George Mason. Mason, a man of profound constitutional scholarship and acute analytical intelligence, frequently crossed the boundary holdings between their estates to sit by the fire in Washington's private study. The two men worked late into the night over scattered drafts and legal texts, the crackle of the hearth providing the only accompaniment to the steady scratch of Mason's quill. While the older scholar provided the elegant philosophical language defining natural rights and legal precedents, the master of Mount Vernon contributed the practical framing, grounding their arguments in the tangible realities of trade, logistics, and intercolonial unity. These private sessions yielded the draft documents that would soon guide the collective response of the colony's representatives. Sifting through the clauses, Washington ensured that the proposed measures were enforceable, clear, and unyielding in their defense of property rights. He understood that abstract theories of governance meant little unless they could be translated into concrete actions that ordinary freeholders could sustain over months of privation. The ink dried slowly upon the shared parchment as the two neighbors refined their strategy, constructing a durable partnership that blended immense intellectual depth with unshakable executive will. When the legislative session reconvened in the spring of 1769, Washington carried these carefully prepared resolutions directly to the Capitol. The royal governor, Lord Boutetourt, responded to the presentation of these challenging resolves by immediately exercising his royal prerogative to dissolve the House of Burgesses. Deprived of their official legislative chamber, the delegates refused to disperse, walking together down the wide, dusty street of Williamsburg to reconvene as a private association within the long room of the Raleigh Tavern. The atmosphere inside the wooden hostelry was serious and measured as the representatives crowded around the simple tables to consider their next steps. Presiding over the gathered assembly, the senior leaders called upon Washington to present the non importation agreement he had drafted with Mason during the winter months. Along the surface of the long wooden table at the Raleigh Tavern, the document known as the Virginia Association was laid out for signature. The text was explicit, binding the subscribers upon their honor to cease the importation of a comprehensive list of British goods, including textiles, refined sugars, paper, and luxury items, until the offending imperial duties were entirely repealed. Washington was among the first to step forward and affix his signature to the pact, his firm, familiar hand tracing the letters with deliberate weight. The human cost of the decision was real, requiring men accustomed to vast transatlantic credit to curtail their standard of living and enforce the boycott within their home counties. Yet the shared commitment created a new, unbreakable bond among the gentry, transforming regional neighbors into unified defenders of a common cause. Tensions appeared to ease briefly when ministerial authorities removed the majority of the duties, yet the deliberate retention of the tax upon tea preserved the underlying principle of imperial supremacy. The crisis reached a definitive turning point in the late autumn of 1773 when the destruction of the tea cargoes in Boston Harbor drew a severe punitive response from London. The passage of the Coercive Acts, which systematically closed the port of Boston and altered the charter of Massachusetts, sent a cold wave of alarm down the Atlantic seaboard. Washington viewed the suffering of the northern colony not as a distant, isolated misfortune, but as a direct preview of the fate awaiting any province that dared to assert its constitutional rights. The feeling of a tightening cord spread through the Virginia counties, prompting the leaders to call for a general congress of all the colonies to coordinate a unified defense. Throughout the sweltering summer of 1774, Washington took the lead in organizing the local response within Fairfax County, presiding over a general meeting of freeholders at the courthouse in Alexandria. Together with Mason, he co-authored the Fairfax Resolves, a foundational document that moved beyond simple non-importation to articulate a bold vision of intercolonial solidarity and constitutional resistance. The resolves explicitly called for the convening of a Continental Congress, recommended the immediate cessation of all exports to Britain, and included a striking clause condemning the transatlantic slave trade as contrary to the principles of liberty. Selected by his peers as one of 7 delegates to represent Virginia at the upcoming assembly in Philadelphia, Washington prepared to leave his native soil for the broad stage of continental statecraft. In late August, the road leading north from Mount Vernon carried a distinguished company as Washington was joined by his fellow delegates, the eloquent Patrick Henry and the learned legal scholar Edmund Pendleton. The 3 men rode together across the Maryland and Pennsylvania landscapes, their conversation turning constantly upon the uncertain temper of the other colonies and the immense responsibility resting upon their shoulders. They represented distinct facets of the Virginia leadership: the fiery orator, the cautious jurist, and the silent commanding soldier, moving forward toward a meeting that would define the future of the continent. The unhurried pace of their carriage allowed for long hours of reflection as the familiar hills of the South gave way to the neat, prosperous farms of the northern provinces. Arriving in Philadelphia in early September, the Virginians entered a dense, sophisticated urban environment humming with political anticipation. Delegates from 12 colonies gathered at the city tavern to size each other up, seeking to gauge the character and reliability of men they knew only by reputation. Washington secured lodgings at the home of Dr. William Shippen, recording the substantial daily expenses of city boarding in his pocket ledger with his customary precision. The atmosphere within the taverns and lodging houses was one of intense curiosity as representatives from the commercial hubs of New England met with the agricultural masters of the South to find common ground amid deep regional differences. When the First Continental Congress formally convened within the brick walls of Carpenter's Hall, Washington resumed his characteristic posture of silent, observant reserve. He delivered no major speeches on the floor, leaving the tasks of public debate to men like Henry, John Adams, and Richard Henry Lee. Yet his influence within the assembly was profound, exercised quietly during committee sessions and over long evening dinners where his grave demeanor and extensive military background commanded immediate respect. Observers noted that while others displayed superior rhetorical brilliance, the tall colonel from Virginia possessed an unshakable solidity of judgment that inspired absolute trust. When an inquiring member asked Patrick Henry whom he considered the greatest man in Congress, Henry replied without hesitation that if one spoke of solid information and sound judgment, Colonel Washington was unquestionably the greatest man on that floor. Returning to Mount Vernon late in the autumn, Washington found the colony rapidly transitioning from paper resolutions to practical military preparations. Independent volunteer companies were forming in nearly every county, composed of local freeholders seeking instruction in the manual of arms and basic field maneuvers. The units formed in Fairfax, Prince William, and Spotsylvania counties immediately looked to their most experienced veteran, electing Washington as their field commander and requesting his guidance in procuring weapons, uniforms, and ammunition stores. His correspondence from the winter of 1774-1775 reads like the ledger of a quartermaster, filled with orders for musket locks, cartouche boxes, and specific quantities of lead and powder. The peaceful rhythms of the estate were now accompanied by the distant sound of drums and the sharp commands of drill masters practicing in the neighboring fields. By the time the Second Continental Congress was called to assemble in May of 1775, the long-dreaded rupture had already occurred following the sudden outbreak of armed conflict at Lexington and Concord. Blood had been shed upon the green fields of Massachusetts, leaving a raw New England army encamped outside Boston to hold the royal forces in check. Washington traveled back to Philadelphia carrying a mature understanding that the era of petitions had ended, taking his seat among the delegates while making a deliberate, highly visible alteration to his daily attire. Instead of the modest civilian broadcloth he had worn during the previous autumn, he appeared daily in the legislative hall, dressed in the striking blue and red uniform of the Virginia militia, tailored specifically for him in Williamsburg. This simple wardrobe choice was not an idle display of martial vanity, but a silent, unambiguous declaration of his personal commitment to the cause. By wearing his uniform to the State House, Washington offered a visible guarantee that he was prepared to answer for the resolutions of Congress with his life and fortune, bridging the gap between legislative theory and military reality. The delegates looked upon his towering uniformed frame as a reassuring symbol of strength, while they debated the terrifying prospect of open war against the most powerful empire on earth. As the necessity of adopting the rustic army outside Boston became absolute, the eyes of the assembly turned inevitably toward the silent Virginian, recognizing that the survival of their fragile union depended upon placing their scattered forces under the command of a single indispensable leader. Chapter 9: The Siege of Boston. The immediate consequence of the legislative decisions reached in Philadelphia was the rapid transformation of George Washington from a regional delegate into the supreme commander of a continental enterprise. Arriving in Cambridge in the early days of July 1775, he found himself at the head of an armed assembly that was less an organized military force than a sprawling, enthusiastic collection of New England militias. These volunteers had effectively trapped the British garrison within the narrow peninsula of Boston following the bloody encounter at Bunker Hill, operating under the provisional direction of General Artemas Ward. Washington established his headquarters in the spacious wooden residence of a departed loyalist, setting about the daunting labor of assessing his new command. The transition from the polite, measured debates of the State House to the chaotic realities of a continuous encampment required an immediate shift in his daily administration, forcing him to apply his strict sense of order to a multitude accustomed to independent local governance. The physical condition of the encampment presented an immediate challenge to a commander whose domestic domain was governed by absolute routine and clean accounting. Regiments from Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and New Hampshire were scattered across the rolling hills in improvised shelters constructed of sailcloth, turf, and rough unpeeled logs, lacking uniform standards of sanitation or military discipline. Officers were frequently elected by their own neighbors, leading to a familiar, unvarying equality between the ranks that deeply offended Washington's understanding of necessary hierarchy. To remedy this structural looseness, he instituted daily inspections, established formal guard mounts, and mandated strict adherence to a clear chain of command. His general orders from these summer weeks read as continuous lessons in basic military hygiene and deportment, methodically building the framework of a professional army out of raw agrarian material. Sustaining this gathering force of over 14,000 men required an administrative pipeline that the young continent was ill equipped to provide. Quartermasters struggled daily to secure basic provisions, relying on regional contracts that delivered standard rations of salted pork, dry peas, and spruce beer to the regimental commissaries. Powder stores were alarmingly depleted, a reality discovered with quiet dismay during a general inventory that revealed barely enough ammunition to provide 9 cartridges per man in the event of an assault. Washington kept this critical deficiency concealed from both the enemy and his own soldiery, maintaining a calm, unruffled exterior while dispatching urgent letters to neighboring colonies in search of lead and saltpeter. The heavy summer heat settled over the Cambridge lines, accompanied by the continuous hum of camp life and the distant view of British transport vessels navigating the harbor below. Across the narrow stretch of water, the British Army under General William Howe maintained a highly disciplined but cautious defensive posture within the fortified limits of Boston. Howe, a seasoned European commander who had witnessed the devastating capability of entrenched American marksmen during the June fighting, showed no inclination to launch another costly frontal assault against the encircling hills. Instead, the royal forces focused on strengthening their internal redoubts, relying on the undisputed superiority of the Royal Navy to keep their storehouses supplied from the sea. This tactical deadlock produced a prolonged, unhurried stalemate through the autumn months, characterized by occasional distant cannonades and sporadic skirmishes for forage along the marshy islands of the bay. Washington monitored these movements through his glass from the heights of Roxbury, calculating the geometry of the harbor while recognizing that his own force remained incapable of breaching the city's defenses without heavy siege artillery. As the days shortened and the northern autumn cooled the encampment, internal administrative friction threatened the cohesion of the blockade more reliably than British steel. The initial terms of enlistment for the New England regiments were set to expire at the conclusion of the calendar year, presenting the terrifying prospect of an army dissolving entirely in the face of the enemy. Washington spent the closing months of 1775 engaged in the exhausting labor of reorganizing the regimental lines, attempting to persuade weary freeholders to extend their service under a unified continental establishment. He encountered deep regional prejudices, noting with private frustration the unbending localism of men who viewed service beyond their home borders with deep suspicion. Yet his towering silent presence rode the lines daily, projecting an unshakable executive will that gradually convinced a sufficient core of veterans to remain with the colors. The logistical impasse that defined the siege was ultimately broken through the enterprise of a 25-year-old Boston bookseller who possessed an uncalculated genius for mechanical engineering. Henry Knox, a volunteer officer with an insatiable curiosity for artillery treatises, proposed a daring winter operation to retrieve the heavy cannons captured months earlier at the distant fortress of Ticonderoga. Washington recognized the sound utility of the plan, commissioning Knox as a colonel and granting him the necessary authority and financial drafts to execute the mission. Departing Cambridge in late November, the young officer traveled northward into the freezing expanse of the New York wilderness, where dozens of iron and brass pieces lay idle along the shores of Lake Champlain. The undertaking required moving over 60 tons of metal across 300 miles of rugged, roadless terrain before the approaching winter could lock the waterways. The transport of the artillery train during the depths of December and January stands as a testament to deliberate physical endurance and logistical patience. Utilizing local teamsters and hundreds of draft oxen, Knox supervised the loading of heavy mortars and 24-pounder cannons onto massive wooden sledges designed to glide across the packed snow. The column moved at a crawl through the frozen forests, crossing the upper Hudson River on thick ice that occasionally cracked under the immense weight, requiring the methodical retrieval of sunken pieces from the freezing shallows. Human-scale records detail the specific burdens of the march, noting the extreme cold that froze the teamster's breath and the steady consumption of winter stores as the long line of sleds wound its way through the Berkshire passes. When the heavy guns finally arrived within the Cambridge lines in late January of 1776, They provided Washington with the precise mechanical leverage required to alter the geometry of the siege. With the siege train secured, the American commander turned his attention toward the strategic elevation of Dorchester Heights, a commanding promontory that looked directly down upon the southern approaches of Boston and the anchoring grounds of the British fleet. Occupying this exposed ground required absolute secrecy, as any visible daytime preparation would inevitably draw a concentrated bombardment from the royal batteries across the water. To mask his designs, Washington ordered a heavy, continuous night cannonade from his existing works at Cobble Hill and Lechmere Point, utilizing the thunderous sound and thick smoke to divert British attention away from the southern peninsula. For 3 consecutive nights in early March, the heavy iron pieces cast their shot toward the city, establishing a predictable pattern of disturbance, while the true engineering force assembled in the staging areas behind Roxbury. Laboring under the cover of these diversionary bombardments, specialized work crews gathered the vast material stores necessary to construct complete fortifications upon the frozen earth. Because the march ground on the heights was frozen solid to a depth of 18 inches, standard entrenching tools were useless for throwing up rapid earthworks in the darkness. Washington relied instead on the prefabrication of defenses, ordering the collection of thousands of heavy wooden frames known as chandeliers, alongside vast quantities of tightly bound willow bundles called fascines and compressed hay bales. These materials were loaded onto hundreds of heavy farm carts, the wheels carefully wrapped in strips of rough linen and straw to muffle their movement over the rocky, frozen roads. Every element of the operation was quantified and assigned, reflecting the highly systematic planning of a mind accustomed to organizing complex estate industries. On the evening of the 4th of March, as the diversionary batteries resumed their heavy fire from the north, the silent column of men and carts began its steady movement up the slopes of Dorchester Heights. Thousands of soldiers marched through the freezing darkness without the aid of lanterns, their commands passed in low whispers under the protective cover of the password Boston. Arriving upon the bare, wind-swept crest, the men immediately set to work setting the heavy wooden chandeliers into position, filling the open frames with the pre-cut fascines and earth carried up in baskets to form solid parapets before the break of day. The labor was intense, rhythmic, and continuous, executed by the pale light of the stars, while the distant flash of cannons illuminated the low horizon. Washington walked among the growing redoubts throughout the night, his towering frame wrapped in a heavy cloak, silently observing the methodical translation of his defensive designs into unyielding physical reality. When the gray light of dawn broke over the harbor on the morning of the 5th of March, the lifting mist revealed an astonishing transformation of the southern heights. General Howe looked through his glass from the city to discover 2 complete, formidable redoubts crowning the hills, their heavy iron guns pointing directly toward the decks of his flagship and the crowded barracks below. The British commander reportedly expressed his absolute amazement at the scale of the overnight achievement, noting quietly that the rebels had done more work in one night than his whole army would have done in months. The strategic reality of the harbor had shifted in a single silent movement, leaving the royal fleet entirely exposed to plunging fire from an unassailable elevation. Recognizing that the preservation of his army depended upon dislodging the Americans from the heights, Howe ordered the immediate embarkation of several thousand regular infantry aboard transport boats to execute a night assault. Washington observed these preparations from his elevated works, encouraging his exhausted men to stand firm while ordering barrels filled with earth and stones to be positioned along the steep slopes, ready to be rolled down upon advancing columns. As the British assault force assembled in the harbor at twilight, a sudden violent gale swept in from the Atlantic, churning the narrow channels into furious waves that rendered amphibious landing impossible. The storm raged throughout the night and continued into the following day, granting the defenders critical time to reinforce their parapets and settle their heavy guns firmly into their platforms. By the time the gale subsided, the American works had grown too strong to be carried by assault without risking a repetition of the immense casualties suffered at Bunker Hill. Howe convened a council of his senior officers and reached the inevitable conclusion that the city of Boston was no longer tenable for the forces of the Crown. Informal communications passed through civilian channels, establishing an unspoken understanding that the British would spare the town from destruction if their evacuation operations were permitted to proceed without bombardment from the heights. Washington accepted this silent arrangement, holding his fire while watching the continuous frantic loading of royal stores, artillery, and civilian loyalists onto the crowded transport vessels below. The final departure of the British armament on the 17th of March unfolded with the slow, measured movement of a maritime migration. Over 100 heavily laden ships weighed anchor and dropped down the channel toward Nantasket Road, their white sails catching the cold spring wind as they left the inner harbor behind. Washington rode into the liberated city shortly thereafter, finding the streets quiet and the abandoned fortifications littered with disabled cannons and military refuse. The operation had been a masterpiece of patient engineering and strategic placement, securing a major urban center without the loss of a single life to hostile fire. This early, bloodless triumph at Boston instilled a profound sense of celebration throughout the colonies, yet it carried within it the seeds of a dangerous public overconfidence. Observing the departure of the royal fleet, the general populace easily concluded that raw American virtue could effortlessly outmaneuver the disciplined forces of the king. Washington harbored no such comforting illusions, recognizing with analytical clarity that his success had relied heavily on the passive hesitation of his opponent and the providential intervention of a coastal storm. He understood that the fundamental fragility of his army remained unchanged, bound to short enlistments and dependent on uncertain supply lines that would soon be tested on a far less favorable field. Convinced that the departing British Armada intended to set its course for the vital commercial waterways of New York City, the commander wasted no time in lingering among the celebrations of Massachusetts. Leaving a small garrison behind to secure the harbor defenses, he ordered the main body of the Continental Army to break camp and begin its long, steady march toward the southern seaboard. The men retraced their steps through the warming spring landscapes of Connecticut, moving away from the localized theater of their early service toward a broad, open arena where the full conventional capability of the British Empire would soon descend upon them. As Washington crossed the borders into the province of New York, He carried his unbending discipline forward, preparing to anchor his raw forces against an impending trial that would bring the revolution to the very edge of complete dissolution. Chapter 10: The Retreat Across New York. In the late summer of 1776, the strategic focus of the war shifted definitively from the narrow peninsula of Boston to the broad, complex waterways of New York City. General William Howe, having withdrawn his forces to Halifax to regroup and await reinforcements, descended upon the anchoring grounds of Staten Island with a massive imperial armada. Over 400 transport vessels and men of war gradually filled the lower bay, carrying an overwhelming force of 32,000 disciplined British regulars and hired Hessian auxiliaries. This gathering represented the largest expeditionary force the Crown had ever dispatched from its shores, a floating city of heavy timber, iron cannons, and professional soldiery designed to crush the rebellion in a single decisive campaign. Against this formidable host, George Washington brought a raw, poorly equipped army of roughly 23,000 men, many of them unseasoned militia suffering from the standard fevers of summer encampments. Navigable waters defined the geography of the region, offering an absolute tactical advantage to the power that controlled the sea. Sighting across the harbor, Washington recognized that the defense of New York City presented an impossible geometric problem for a land-bound army lacking naval support. The deep channels of the Hudson and East Rivers allowed British warships to move at will, threatening to land troops on the flanks or rear of any fixed American position. Despite these obvious dangers, the directives of Congress and the expectations of the public demanded that the city be held, forcing the commander to make the perilous decision to divide his forces between the island of Manhattan and the exposed agricultural fields of Long Island. Entrenchments were traced along the perimeters, yet the underlying reality remained clear to the experienced mapmaker. His army was operating within a complex maritime trap. Sustaining the defenses required distributing regiments across miles of varied terrain, from the marshy shores of Brooklyn to the rocky heights of northern Manhattan. General Nathaniel Greene, Washington's most trusted and capable subordinate, had spent months studying the topography of Long Island, supervising the construction of formidable redoubts along the high ground known as the Guan Heights. However, as the late August heat settled over the camps, Greene was struck down by a severe, incapacitating camp fever, forcing his removal to Manhattan and leaving command of the critical sector to General Israel Putnam. Putnam was a brave veteran of frontier skirmishes, but lacked the sophisticated spatial understanding necessary to coordinate a multi-mile defensive line against conventional European maneuvers. The American regiments deployed along the wooded ridges, watching the steady accumulation of British flatboats assembling across the Narrows. Advancing across the water on the 22nd of August, Howe executed a flawless amphibious landing at Gravesend Bay, disembarking thousands of troops and heavy artillery without encountering opposition. The royal forces spent several days unhurriedly organizing their supply trains and probing the American forward outposts along the dense timber of the heights. Howe's operational plan relied on the classic principles of surprise and outflanking, utilizing local loyalist guides to discover a narrow, unguarded route through the eastern ridge known as the Jamaica Pass. Under the cover of a dark, silent night, a massive British column commanded by Generals Henry Clinton and Lord Cornwallis marched steadily through the gap, turning the American left flank entirely unobserved, while Hessian elements launched holding attacks against the front. The tactical vulnerability of the Guan Heights became apparent at dawn on the 27th of August, when the sound of British cannon fire from the rear signaled that the American line was completely encircled. Caught between advancing Hessians with fixed bayonets and the flanking column closing from behind, the forward American regiments disintegrated into a desperate, fragmented retreat through the woods and marshes. Units from Maryland executed a legendary series of holding charges against the Old Stone House at Gowanus, sacrificing themselves to secure time for their retreating comrades to cross the deep mud of the creek. Washington crossed over from Manhattan during the height of the engagement, watching with quiet despair from the Brooklyn redoubts as his best troops were systematically overwhelmed and captured. When the gray smoke cleared from the fields, the Continental Army had suffered a devastating loss of over 2,000 casualties and prisoners, leaving the survivors huddled behind their final line of earthworks. Pinned against the broad expanse of the East River, the remaining American garrison on Brooklyn Heights faced total destruction if the British fleet moved up the channel to cut off their retreat. Howe, retaining bitter memories of the heavy losses suffered during the direct assaults at Bunker Hill, chose not to order an immediate infantry charge against the strong American parapets. Instead, the British commander halted his lines and directed his engineers to begin digging formal, methodical siege trenches, calculating that the rebel force could be starved into surrender with minimal risk to his own regular infantry. This unhurried decision granted Washington a brief, critical window of temporal grace, allowing him to evaluate the absolute unsustainability of his position as heavy rains began to flood the encampment. Concluding that the loss of the Brooklyn garrison would effectively end the war, he resolved to attempt a complete evacuation of his forces under the cover of darkness. Salvation arrived through the specialized maritime skill of the 14th Continental Regiment, a unique unit composed almost entirely of hardened mariners and fishermen from the port of Marblehead, Massachusetts, commanded by Colonel John Glover. Washington ordered the immediate gathering of every available flat-bottomed boat, sailing skiff, and row galley along the Manhattan shores, directing the vessels to assemble at the Brooklyn Ferry landing after nightfall on the 29th of August. The operation required the absolute synchronization of movement, as 9,000 exhausted, rain-soaked soldiers, along with all their remaining artillery, horses, and camp stores, had to be ferried across a mile-wide tidal channel without alerting the British sentries stationed only a few hundred yards away. Campfires were kept burning brightly along the empty breastworks to maintain the illusion of an occupied line, while the regiments filed silently down to the water's edge. Throughout the dark hours of the night, Glover's mariners managed the heavy wooden oars with muffled strokes, navigating the swift, treacherous currents of the river with steady professional care. The loading proceeded with methodical order, though the progress was initially slowed by an adverse wind and the physical difficulty of moving heavy cannon carriages over the muddy, unlit wharves. Near dawn, as the rising tide threatened to leave the final regiments exposed to the view of the British fleet, a providential shift in the weather occurred when a dense, unseasonable fog settled heavily over the East River. The thick gray mist blanketed the channel entirely, concealing the continuous passage of the boats until the last soldiers, with Washington himself among the final group to step aboard, were safely landed upon the shores of Manhattan. When the British pickets finally advanced through the fog to investigate the silent redoubts, they discovered nothing but abandoned earthworks and empty pasturage. General William Howe resumed his methodical pursuit in mid September, shifting his naval assets up the East River to threaten the long, vulnerable eastern shore of Manhattan. On the 15th of September, Royal warships anchored off Kip's Bay and unleashed a thunderous, continuous naval bombardment against the shallow American trenches lining the shore. The sheer volume of iron shot leveling the breastworks created absolute terror among the raw Connecticut militia stationed there, who abandoned their posts and fled inland before the first British flatboats even touched the sand. Advancing amphibious columns landed without firing a shot, rapidly deploying to cut the island in two and trap the remaining American divisions stationed further south in the city. Amidst the smoke and confusion of the landing, Washington rode furiously toward Kip's Bay from his headquarters at Harlem, seeking to rally the panic-stricken fugitives streaming along the post road. Encountering the breaking regiments amidst the cornfields, he attempted to form them into line, shouting commands and drawing his sword as advancing British skirmishers appeared through the trees. The militia continued their flight without attempting to load their pieces, leaving their commander entirely alone and exposed to the fire of the enemy. Overwhelmed by the absolute failure of his men's courage, Washington sat motionless upon his horse, staring blankly toward the approaching line of red coats, with an apparent indifference to his own survival. The scene remained locked in tense suspension until an unnamed aide gently took the bridle of his horse, turning the mount away and leading the silent general down the road toward safety before the muskets could find their mark. Regaining his composure, the commander directed the orderly withdrawal of his remaining forces toward the strong, elevated plateau of Harlem Heights in northern Manhattan. The following day, a brisk, unplanned skirmish in a rocky valley escalated into a sustained engagement where American Rangers and Virginia Continentals successfully outmaneuvered advanced British light infantry. Hearing the British buglers sound the standard hunting call of the fox chase as an insult, the American troops attacked with renewed determination, driving the regular infantry back across the buckwheat fields before Washington softly ordered a halt to prevent a general engagement. This modest success at Harlem Heights achieved little permanent strategic ground, but it performed the vital psychological service of restoring a measure of regimental pride to an army that had known nothing but continuous retreat. Strategic reality soon dictated further northern movement, as Howe once again utilized his amphibious capability to land forces at Throgs Neck and Pell's Point, threatening to cut Washington's vital supply lines leading into Connecticut. Concluding that remaining on Manhattan would guarantee total encirclement, the American commander left a substantial garrison behind to hold the massive works of Fort Washington while marching the main body of the army toward the inland hills of White Plains. The march was a grueling trial of physical endurance as heavy autumn downpours turned the unpaved roads into deep channels of mud, exhausting the draft teams and forcing the infantry to drag their supply wagons by hand. Provisions remained scarce, and the continuous exposure to the chilling autumn dampness thinned the ranks through sickness as the column wound its way into the rocky interior of Westchester County. Autumn downpours turned the high ground at White Plains into a difficult defensive position as Howe's advancing columns engaged the American lines in late October. The fighting centered upon the isolated elevation of Chatterton Hill, where Hessian grenadiers and British infantry eventually carried the slopes after heavy artillery fire dislodged the American militia, protecting the right flank. Rather than pressing his advantage, Howe paused once more to await reinforcements and construct formal camp facilities, allowing Washington to slip away further north into the unyielding terrain of North Castle. Recognizing that the American army was now firmly positioned in hills too rugged for conventional assault, the British general abruptly shifted his operational focus backward toward the isolated American garrison remaining on Manhattan. The heaviest blow of the campaign fell on the 16th of November when combined British and Hessian forces launched a synchronized multi-pronged assault against Fort Washington. The fortress, standing upon the highest point of the island, was intended to deny the Royal Navy free usage of the Hudson River, yet its internal space was entirely inadequate to shelter the nearly 3,000 troops crowded within its outer lines. Attacking up the steep, rocky perimeters under heavy covering fire, Hessian columns commanded by General Wilhelm von Knyphausen systematically carried the outer redoubts, driving the defenders inward until the entire garrison was compressed into the central citadel. Washington watched the disaster unfold from the opposite cliffs of the New Jersey Palisades, weeping silently as he observed his men bayoneted along the slopes before the American commander, Colonel Robert Magaw, surrendered the post to prevent a total massacre. Experiencing this continuous cascade of defeats across New York forced a profound evolution in Washington's broad strategic philosophy, stripping away his remaining illusions regarding conventional territorial defense. He recognized with analytical clarity that attempting to hold fixed, documented real estate against a superior naval power was a ruinous doctrine that played directly into the strengths of the British regular establishment. The true center of gravity for the Revolution was not the possession of cities or harbor fortresses, but the preservation of the Continental Army itself. So long as his armed force remained intact and capable of field maneuver, the political claims of the crown remained unresolved. If the army was captured or destroyed, the cause of independence ceased to exist. Preservation, above all else, became his guiding principle, transforming the continuous retreat not into a rout, but into a deliberate strategy of survival. Lord Cornwallis pressed this strategy to its absolute limits immediately following the fall of the fort, leading a rapid amphibious crossing of the Hudson River to capture the sister installation of Fort Lee on the New Jersey shore. Abandoning their tents, cooking kettles, and remaining heavy artillery to avoid entrapment, the dwindling American column began a desperate, continuous retreat southward across the flat plains of New Jersey. The late November weather turned bitterly cold, accompanied by chilling rains that soaked the men as they marched through Newark, New Brunswick, and Princeton, leaving trails of blood from their worn shoes upon the frozen ruts of the post road. Desertion thinned the ranks daily as local militiamen, convinced that the war was inevitably lost, slipped away to protect their homes, while the corps enlistments of the remaining Continental veterans approached their expiration date on the final day of December. With the freezing currents of the Delaware River appearing before them in early December, the surviving remnants of the army reached the final geographic barrier, separating them from total dissolution. Washington directed the systematic collection and destruction of every transport craft along the New Jersey shore for 70 miles, ensuring that Cornwallis's pursuing vanguard would find no means to cross the broad channel. Crossing safely into Pennsylvania, the exhausted commander established his headquarters along the western bank, watching the gray ice begin to form along the edges of the water while calculating the brief temporal window remaining to his command. The sweeping host that had defended New York was now reduced to a shivering, desperate band of fewer than 3,000 effectives, setting the stage for a silent, uncalculated winter decision that would either restore the dying pulse of the continent or conclude its history forever. Chapter 11: The Winter on the Delaware. The dark, cold currents of the Delaware River marked the absolute western limit of the American retreat as the final weeks of 1776 descended upon the middle colonies. Flowing south from the high timber of the interior, the broad river formed a natural barrier between the exhausted remnants of the Continental Army and the pursuing British vanguard. Along the rocky banks, the water carried shifting fields of gray, broken ice, creating a continuous, unhurried sound as the floes scraped against one another in the freezing current. Washington established his command along the elevated Pennsylvania side, utilizing the natural defense of the water to grant his men a brief, necessary interval of rest after months of continuous withdrawal. The sweeping host that had defended New York was now reduced to a shivering band of fewer than 3,000 effectives, scattered among the sparse farmhouses and temporary log shelters of the river valley. Across the channel, the scattered outposts of the Royal Army settled into comfortable winter quarters spread throughout the small towns of New Jersey. Colonel Johann Rall commanded a brigade of seasoned Hessian infantry at Trenton, maintaining a confident posture within the warm brick and timber dwellings of the town. Rall was a veteran soldier who viewed the rustic American forces with quiet indifference, convinced that the severe winter weather and the natural obstacle of the river precluded any offensive movement from the opposite shore. Pickets were posted along the roads, yet the internal routines of the garrison were focused primarily on the seasonal comforts of food, shelter, and warmth, rather than the construction of formal redoubts. The heavy winter clouds gathered low over the village, blanketing the surrounding fields in persistent frost, while the Hessian officers enjoyed the hospitality of their quarters. Citing from his temporary headquarters at the farmhouse of William Keith, Washington methodically calculated the steady dwindling of his effective strength. Enlistments for the vast majority of his remaining corps veterans were set to expire on the final day of December, a legal reality that threatened to dissolve his command entirely within a matter of days. To allow the winter to pass without action would mean accepting the silent, permanent death of the Revolution as the soldiery dispersed to their distant homes. He consulted quietly with his senior staff, weighing the extreme risks of a winter crossing against the absolute certainty of administrative collapse if the army remained idle. These unhurried deliberations yielded a bold, uncalculated plan to cross the freezing channel under the cover of darkness and strike the isolated Hessian cantonment before the break of the new year. To support this desperate counterstroke, quartermasters were dispatched up and down the riverbanks to assemble every available transport craft capable of carrying heavy stores. Down along the sheltered landings, workers gathered dozens of sturdy Durham boats, heavy flat-bottomed wooden vessels originally engineered to carry iron ore down the shallow river channels from the inland furnaces. These long black crafts possessed high sides and wide hulls, offering stable platforms for transporting infantry, horses, and field artillery across swift tidal currents. Management of these clumsy vessels was entrusted once more to Colonel John Glover's experienced Marblehead mariners, whose lifetime familiarity with cold northern waters made them indispensable for the enterprise. The boats were concealed carefully behind the heavy brush of the shorelines, waiting in silence for the short winter daylight to fade. As the afternoon of Christmas Day softened into evening, a severe weather front swept across the valley, bringing a blinding mixture of sleet, snow, and freezing rain. The embarkation at McConkey's Ferry proceeded with deliberate, muffled care as regiments filed down to the damp slips without the aid of lanterns or drums. Men stepped heavily onto the wooden decks, their broadcloth coats soaked through by the driving precipitation, while the mariners pushed the crafts out into the dark, swirling water. The physical labor of navigation was intense and continuous, requiring the boatmen to use long setting poles to fend off massive blocks of floating ice that threatened to crush the wooden hulls. Through the freezing darkness, the long line of boats moved at a steady crawl, crossing the broad river with a quiet persistence that defied the rising temper of the storm. Crossing the swollen river with heavy artillery required absolute mechanical patience from the young officers tasked with securing the landing. Alexander Hamilton, commanding a corps company of New York artillerymen, directed the loading of brass cannons onto the unshielded decks while ice accumulated along the iron rims of the carriages. The weight of the ordnance caused the boats to sit low in the freezing water, demanding precise balance and constant bailing from the soaked crews to prevent swamping. Every movement was slow and measured, executed under the continuous drumming of sleet against leather harness and bronze barrels. Sighting through the gray mist, Hamilton maintained a calm, unbending order among his gunners, ensuring that the vital mechanical leverage of the army reached the eastern shore intact. Landing upon the New Jersey slips hours behind the calculated schedule, the regiments formed into marching columns under the protective cover of the password chosen for the operation: victory or death. The delay meant that the intended pre-dawn surprise was no longer possible, as the 9-mile march toward Trenton would inevitably extend well into the daylight hours. Washington accepted this temporal shift without outward frustration, adjusting his cloak against the wind and ordering the advanced divisions to move forward along the parallel river and Pennington roads. The silent column wound its way through the snow-covered timber, the officers riding alongside the ranks to maintain a steady, unhurried pace that preserved the physical reserves of the infantry. The 9-mile march over frozen roads subjected the soldiery to intense physical hardship as the driving sleet froze their damp garments stiff against their limbs. Worn shoes offered little protection against the sharp, icy ruts, leaving distinct traces of crimson upon the white snow as the men pressed forward through the gray morning light. To preserve their remaining firepower from the wetness, sergeants instructed the ranks to cover the touch holes of their firelocks with rags and greased leather strips. When reports filtered back that the continuous rain had rendered the musket powder entirely wet, Washington softly commanded the officers to tell the men to rely on the bayonet, noting that the town must be taken regardless of the state of their locks. The internal will of the column remained unbroken, carried forward by a collective determination that transcended the simple facts of cold and exhaustion. Shortly after daybreak on the 26th of December, the two American columns drove in the Hessian pickets with steady, synchronized coordination. Raleigh's garrison, exhausted from seasonal celebrations and confident that the severe weather precluded any assault, attempted hastily to form their defensive lines within the narrow streets of the village. General Hugh Mercer led his division forward to secure the main avenues of retreat toward Princeton, effectively trapping the defenders within the compressed space of the town perimeters. At the head of King and Queen streets, Hamilton's artillery unlimbered with professional speed, directing clearing rounds down the thoroughfares to prevent the Hessian regiments from establishing coherent battle formations. The engagement remained brief and one-sided as the dampness prevented the Hessian infantry from relying on their unsealed muskets, reducing their defense to uncoordinated movements between the brick dwellings. Colonel Johann Rall attempted bravely to organize a counterattack across an open orchard, but a musket ball struck him down, leaving his leaderless men surrounded by advancing American Continentals. Convinced that further resistance would end in complete destruction, the surviving Hessian officers lowered their standards and yielded the field to the quiet control of the victors. The operation yielded nearly 1,000 prisoners, 6 brass cannons, and vital stores of flour, shoes, and blankets, without significant loss to the American lines, transforming the bleak winter landscape into a field of unexpected restoration. Securing these substantial gains required an immediate return across the freezing river to insulate the weary army from the inevitable British response. Prisoners and captured stores were loaded onto the Durham boats alongside the exhausted infantry, repeating the difficult maritime crossing under the pale light of the winter sun. Returning to the Pennsylvania camps, the soldiers rested for only a few days before Washington made the deliberate choice to cross the Delaware a third time, reoccupying Trenton to establish a forward base of operations. Utilizing the restored morale of the victory, the commander paraded his regiments and offered a personal bounty of $10 to any veteran who would consent to remain with the colors for an additional 6 weeks. His grave, persuasive appeal moved hundreds of weary freeholders to step forward, preserving the vital structural spine of the army for the remainder of the winter. Within a few days, the Continental forces found themselves hard-pressed as Lord Cornwallis marched a formidable column of 8,000 regular troops southward from Princeton to avenge the Hessian defeat. Advancing into Trenton on the 2nd of January, the British vanguard engaged in a sustained afternoon skirmish with American delaying units before pushing Washington's main body back toward the high southern bank of Assunpink Creek. Sighting across the narrow wooden bridge, Cornwallis assessed the strong American earthworks and chose to rest his lines for the night, calculating that he could easily bag the rebel force with a coordinated morning assault. Fires were lit along both perimeters as the heavy winter darkness settled over the creek, leaving the two armies separated by only a few hundred yards of freezing water. Under the cover of this dark interval, Washington executed a classic maneuver of deception, leaving a small guard behind to keep the campfires burning brightly and the entrenching tools working audibly throughout the night. Meanwhile, the main body of the army wrapped their wagon wheels in heavy cloth and slipped away silently along an unguarded frozen back road leading toward the British rear supplies at Princeton. The overnight march was a quiet, continuous movement through the frosty timber, the men stepping carefully over the hardened earth while the distant British pickets watched the empty glow of the deceptive fires. Sunrise found the American column emerging from the woods near Princeton, directly across the path of a Royal Infantry regiment marching south to reinforce Cornwallis. The engagement at Princeton the following morning provided a crystallizing demonstration of the commander's personal reserve under concentrated fire. Citing the American advance guard, the British regular line delivered disciplined volleys that caused the leading provincial militia to waver and fall back in confusion. Seeing the line falter, Washington rode directly forward into the open space separating the two forces, sitting motionless upon his horse between the opposing ranks as gray smoke entirely enveloped the field. For several tense moments, his towering frame disappeared within the thick cloud of musket fire, leaving his aides suspended in silent apprehension until the air cleared to reveal the general untouched, softly encouraging his men forward to secure the field. The restored American line advanced steadily, driving the royal defenders from the pasturage and capturing the college buildings before the main British army could return from Trenton. This dual success fundamentally shifted the psychological posture of the war, proving to a despairing continent that the regular establishment of the crown was not unassailable. General Howe directed his forces to pull back toward the safety of the coastal hubs, abandoning the interior of New Jersey to independent American control. As the deep winter settled permanently over the middle colonies, Washington guided his exhausted but hardened army toward the elevated, protected hills of Morristown to establish winter quarters. The continuous movement of the campaign had ended, leaving the commander to prepare his administrative machinery for the complex institutional trials that awaited them in the rolling plateau of Valley Forge. Chapter 12: The Crucible of Valley Forge. The capture of the American capital at Philadelphia in the autumn of 1777 forced the Continental Army to seek a secure winter sanctuary where it could monitor the royal garrison without remaining exposed to sudden assault. General William Howe had outmaneuvered the American divisions at Brandywine and Germantown, settling his forces comfortably within the warm brick dwellings of the city, while the administrative machinery of the young republic scattered toward the frontier interior. To preserve his remaining regiments from total destruction, Washington directed the army toward a rolling wooded plateau situated 20 miles northwest of the capital, bounded by the Schuylkill River and a small stream known as Valley Creek. The location offered excellent natural observation and accessible timber, yet its internal spaces were entirely undeveloped, presenting an immediate engineering problem for an army entering the freezing limits of December. Sustaining the encampment required the systematic translation of raw forest into an ordered military city capable of sheltering 12,000 weary soldiers. Disembarking upon the snow-covered slopes, the infantry found no pre-existing quarters, forcing them to rely on their remaining strength to clear the ancient oak and hickory canopy. Washington established strict spatial templates for the construction, ordering the layout of parallel company streets lined with standardized log structures measuring exactly 12 by 14 feet. Men labored with dull axes and improvised wedges to fell the timber, notching the unpeeled logs and daubing the open seams with wet clay drawn from the frozen creek beds. The work was slow and methodical, executed under continuous winter winds while the commander remained inside a drafty canvas marquee, refusing to claim the comfort of a solid roof until the last company had completed its shelter. The physical reality of the camp during these initial weeks was defined by a profound administrative failure of the continental supply system. The paper currency authorized by Congress had depreciated to the point of worthlessness, leaving quartermasters unable to purchase basic agricultural provisions from local Pennsylvania farmers, who preferred the reliable gold and silver coin offered by the British commissaries in Philadelphia. Invoices from the camp storehouses trace a steady depletion of vital stores, recording weeks where the daily ration was reduced to a few ounces of salted beef, or a simple mixture of flour and water baked upon flat stones, known to the soldiery as fire cake. Blankets were scarce, and thousands of men lacked serviceable shoes, leaving their feet wrapped in strips of rough linen or old hides that froze stiff against the hardened ruts of the camp roads. Within these damp, crowded log huts, an unseen biological crisis systematically reduced the effective strength of the army more reliably than conventional warfare. Cramped quarters, poor ventilation, and the absolute lack of fresh vegetables fostered the rapid spread of camp diseases, transforming the company lines into continuous field hospitals. Typhus, severe dysentery, and pneumonia swept through the regiments, claiming the lives of nearly 2,000 men whose names were quietly recorded in regimental burial ledgers before their remains were committed to shallow, unmarked trenches along the outer perimeters. Washington walked the company streets regularly, his grave demeanor projecting a quiet, unyielding empathy as he observed the silent suffering of his command. He understood that the persistence of these men under such profound material deprivation represented a superior form of devotion to the abstract principles of the cause. While the soldiery endured these physical trials, Washington also navigated a quiet, insidious political challenge from within the higher echelons of the military and civil establishment. A loose coalition of disgruntled delegates and ambitious senior officers, known historically as the Conway Cabal, began circulating private correspondence questioning the commander's operational competence following the recent losses around Philadelphia. Comparisons were drawn between Washington's defensive retreats and the spectacular success of General Horatio Gates, who had recently captured an entire British army at Saratoga. Washington handled these back-channel maneuvers with characteristic emotional restraint, refusing to engage in public controversy while quietly exposing the factual inaccuracies of his critics through measured, comprehensive letters to Congress. His unassailable personal integrity preserved his authority, demonstrating that his command was anchored in solid character rather than political artifice. The internal transformation of the army began in the late winter with the arrival of a volunteer European veteran who possessed a rare genius for practical military instruction. Baron Friedrich Wilhelm von Steuben, a former staff officer in the disciplined Prussian service of Frederick the Great, presented himself at headquarters, offering to serve without immediate rank or compensation. Washington recognized the absolute utility of Steuben's expertise, appointing him as acting inspector general and granting him broad authority to standardize the disparate drill manuals of the state lines. Steuben immediately stripped away the complex decorative maneuvers of conventional European texts, drafting a simplified, highly functional system of manual exercise designed specifically for the rustic American recruit. During the cool, misty mornings of March, the grand parade ground at the center of the plateau became a concentrated classroom of martial efficiency. Steuben personally selected a model company of 100 men, instructing them directly in the basic mechanics of the soldier's trade, while hundreds of off-duty troops gathered along the perimeters to watch. He taught them how to march in synchronized cadence, how to load their muskets with rhythmic precision, and how to execute rapid transitions from marching columns to linear battle formations. The Prussian veteran, possessing an exceptionally limited vocabulary in English, frequently relied on his French interpreters or explosive, good-natured curses to correct the alignment of the ranks, transforming the arduous physical drill into a shared constructive enterprise. The Manual of Arms Steuben introduced placed a profound emphasis on the practical utility of the bayonet, an instrument the American forces had previously viewed as a secondary tool for roasting meat over campfires. He instructed the soldiery in the geometric logic of the charge, demonstrating how a solid, advancing line of polished steel could break an enemy formation without the expenditure of a single grain of powder. Line by line, company by company, the model unit dispersed to their respective regiments to replicate the instruction, establishing a standardized administrative and tactical language that unified the entire army. The men absorbed the rhythm of the drill, their movements sharpening into the crisp, predictable alignment of professional infantrymen. As the spring thaws softened the frozen ruts of the plateau, the physical appearance of the Continental Army began to reflect its growing internal discipline. New supply pipelines organized by General Nathaniel Greene, who had reluctantly accepted the post of Quartermaster General, began delivering consistent provisions and uniform stores to the camp storehouses. Shipments of dark blue broadcloth coats faced with distinctive regimental red, white, or buff trim replaced the tattered remnants of winter homespun, while imported French muskets replaced the varied colonial hunting pieces of the early campaigns. Washington paraded his revitalized divisions along the cleared grass of the heights, observing with satisfaction the solid uniform alignment of men who had entered the winter as a collection of regional militias. News reached the camp in early May confirming the formal signing of a treaty of alliance with the Kingdom of France, an event that instantly altered the global geometry of the conflict. The encampment assembled on the Grand Parade Ground to celebrate the alliance, executing synchronized celebratory volleys that rolled across the valley with flawless mechanical precision. Citing the disciplined ranks, Washington recognized that the long months of suffering and instruction had forged an unassailable instrument of national leverage. The Continental Army emerged from the crucible of Valley Forge, not merely preserved, but fundamentally reconstructed, prepared to leave its log sanctuary behind and pursue the regular establishment of the crown across the open summer fields. Chapter 13: The Stalemate and the South General Sir Henry Clinton, having superseded William Howe in command of the British forces, evaluated the altered reality of the war following the open entry of France into the global conflict. Following explicit directives from London, the Royal Command prioritized the immediate consolidation of assets, requiring the evacuation of Philadelphia to secure the primary operational base at New York City. The vast imperial column, burdened by miles of heavy baggage wagons and loyalist refugees, began its slow retreat across the flat expanse of New Jersey in the early summer of 1778. Citing this deliberate movement from his revitalized camp at Valley Forge, Washington ordered his divisions forward in pursuit, eager to test the discipline Steuben had forged during the winter months. The American command structure remained divided on the wisdom of forcing a general action, yet the opportunity to strike the vulnerable British rear train proved too compelling to ignore. Initial leadership of the advanced American elements fell to General Charles Lee, a seasoned but deeply cynical former British officer who had recently been exchanged from captivity. As a veteran accustomed to conventional European superiority, Lee harbored grave doubts regarding the capability of American Continentals to stand against regular British lines on an open field. Advancing toward the British rear guard near Monmouth Courthouse on the 28th of June, his initial tactical dispositions lacked clarity and firm direction. By mid-morning, the air grew stifling, signaling the arrival of an unseasonable heat wave that would subject the marching columns to extraordinary physical duress. Confused orders soon caused the leading American units to lose their cohesion, initiating a disorganized, uncoordinated retreat back along the dusty road before the main body could arrive. Encountering this unexpected backward movement amidst the extreme heat of the midday sun, Washington rode directly forward to confront his retreating vanguard. Observers recorded the rare emergence of his internal temper as he demanded an immediate explanation from Lee, his voice carrying over the noise of the retiring infantry with unbending executive authority. Stripping Lee of his command on the spot, the general set about the urgent labor of halting the rout and establishing a coherent defensive line along a nearby ridge. The physical strain of the encounter was immense, with the temperature rising well above 100 degrees, causing hundreds of soldiers on both sides to collapse from sheer heat exhaustion without sustaining a single musket wound. Sighting through the thick dust and sulphurous smoke, Washington directed his newly disciplined Continentals to hold their ground, watching with steady satisfaction as they absorbed British volleys and repulsed repeated cavalry maneuvers with firm linear alignment. The engagement at Monmouth Courthouse continued until the fading shadows of twilight brought a natural cessation to the exhausting trial of strength. Resting his men upon their arms, Washington intended to resume the encounter at the break of dawn, wrapping himself in his cloak to sleep directly upon the ground alongside young Lafayette. Sunrise revealed, however, that General Clinton had methodically withdrawn his remaining forces during the silent hours of the night, continuing his march toward the protective waters of Sandy Hook. Ultimately, this contest marked the final major engagement in the northern states, proving that the American regular establishment could match the British line in prolonged combat. Yet the strategic reality settled into a protracted, frustrating stalemate, leaving the opposing armies locked in continuous observation across the Hudson River, while the broader conflict expanded into a global maritime struggle. Maintaining this static defensive posture through the closing years of the decade subjected the American administration to insidious internal friction that threatened the survival of the cause more reliably than royal arms. The paper currency emitted by Congress continued its steady, ruinous depreciation, flooding the colonies with continental dollars that lost their purchasing power with every passing season. Consequently, officers and men found their nominal pay entirely insufficient to secure basic necessities, leading to widespread hardship and quiet desperation within the winter cantonments. To procure reliable intelligence from within the British stronghold at New York, Washington relied on the covert operations of the Culper Ring, a highly organized network of civilian agents operating under strict operational discretion. These operatives utilized sophisticated chemical ciphers, numerical codebooks, and invisible inks to transmit vital observations of troop deployments and shipping manifests, ensuring the American commander remained informed of his adversary's designs without risking regimental assets. Sporadic frontier raids and rapid, inconclusive troop movements characterized the operational reality of the Northern Department, as neither side possessed the absolute leverage required to force a decision. Along the exposed shorelines, British amphibious forces occasionally struck coastal towns in Connecticut and New Jersey, seeking to draw Washington away from his strong mountain fortresses along the Hudson Highlands. The American commander resisted these deliberate provocations with analytical consistency, refusing to divide his main army or abandon the vital installation of West Point, which controlled the primary internal waterway of the continent. Understanding that preserving the geographic integrity of the river valley was paramount, he chose to endure the temporary suffering of outlying communities rather than risk the total division of the Middle and Eastern states. Benedict Arnold, whose brilliant personal leadership at Quebec and Saratoga had earned him the devotion of the soldiery and the deep respect of Washington, found this protracted stalemate intolerable to his intense ambition. Nursing perceived slights from Congress and burdened by accumulating private debts incurred through an extravagant standard of living in Philadelphia, the wounded general entered into secret correspondence with the British command. Arnold methodically sought and obtained the command of West Point during the summer of 1780, intending to surrender the entire fortress, its heavy garrison, and its vast storehouses to General Clinton for a substantial financial reward and a royal commission. With quiet, systematic precision, the conspiracy proceeded toward its execution, bringing the American cause to the absolute brink of a catastrophic strategic division. Discovery of the treasonous design arrived not through sophisticated counterintelligence, but through the pure chance encounter of three volunteer militiamen patrolling the neutral ground of Westchester County. Stopping a solitary traveler making his way toward the British lines, the guards searched his boots and discovered incriminating papers detailing the internal defenses of West Point, written in Arnold's distinct handwriting. The captive proved to be Major John Andre, the adjutant general of the British Army, who had met with Arnold the previous night to finalize the mechanisms of the surrender. Informed of Andre's capture just hours before Washington was scheduled to arrive at his headquarters for an inspection, Arnold fled immediately to the river landing, boarding a royal vessel and leaving his young wife and his command behind in utter confusion. Arriving at West Point to discover the fortress unguarded and the commander absent, Washington absorbed the devastating reality of the betrayal with immense internal composure. He moved quickly to secure the redoubts against the expected assault, dispatching trusted Continental units to garrison the works while initiating a thorough investigation into the extent of the conspiracy. Across the officer corps, the psychological impact of Arnold's defection struck deep, dissolving the comforting assumption that shared suffering had created an unbreakable bond of regimental fidelity. Consequently, this bitter experience reinforced Washington's natural inclination toward personal reserve, cultivating a persistent skepticism of human motives that kept even his closest associates at a measured distance. Within the simple stone walls of the DeWint house at Tappan, the ultimate fate of the captured British emissary was decided during the closing days of September. Andre was a man of exceptional artistic cultivation and polished manners, qualities that won him the immediate sympathy of the American officers tasked with his custody. Convening to examine the case, a board of general officers reached the unavoidable legal conclusion that Andre had operated behind American lines in disguise and under a false name, categorizing him strictly as a spy subject to the standard penalty of death. General Clinton sent urgent appeals across the river requesting mitigation, while Andre himself petitioned Washington for the privilege of being shot as a soldier rather than dying upon the gibbet. Seated alone at his plain wooden desk inside the headquarters, Washington reviewed the proceedings of the board with unhurried administrative care. He recognized the human tragedy of the young officer's situation, yet the preservation of military order and the absolute necessity of demonstrating continental resolve precluded any intervention. Silently affixing his signature to the fatal death warrant, the commander declined all requests for mitigation, offering no written response to Andre's final appeal to avoid the barest appearance of indecision. The execution proceeded the following day on the hillside above the village, carried out with somber efficiency while Washington remained secluded within his quarters, keeping the shutters closed against the distant sound of the gathered crowd. Strategic necessity soon compelled Washington to look beyond internal resources, turning his focus toward leveraging the growing capability of his European ally. Disembarking at Newport with an expeditionary force of several thousand disciplined French regular troops, the Comte de Rochambeau offered the initial framework for a coordinated offensive campaign. Rochambeau was a veteran commander of immense professional tact, instructing his subordinate officers to yield absolute precedence to American directives while maintaining flawless order among his ranks. Meeting at Hartford to plan their joint operations, the two generals conferred unhurriedly, though the persistent absence of naval superiority prevented an immediate assault against the formidable British installations at New York. Attention turned increasingly toward the distant Southern Theater, where the Royal Command had initiated an aggressive campaign designed to detach the agricultural provinces from the rebellion. Throughout the Carolinas, British forces under Lord Cornwallis successfully captured Savannah and Charleston, systematically dismantling the organized resistance along the southern seaboard. Congress attempted to retrieve the situation by dispatching General Gates to assume command of the Southern Department, but his raw forces suffered a disastrous operational defeat at Camden, leaving the region entirely exposed to continuous royal advance. Recognizing the critical nature of the crisis, Washington exercised his broad authority to select a successor, appointing Nathanael Greene to reorganize the shattered Southern lines with measured administrative patience. Greene instituted a brilliant campaign of strategic movement across the exhausted landscape of the Carolinas, utilizing swift, mobile columns to divide Cornwallis's forces and stretch his supply lines to the breaking point. Rather than risking his small army in decisive conventional battles, the American general engaged in rapid tactical encounters at Guilford Courthouse and Hobkirk's Hill, inflicting severe casualties upon the regular British regiments before executing pre-planned withdrawals. This relentless logistical friction gradually consumed the operational capability of the Royal Army, forcing Cornwallis to abandon the interior and march his depleted command toward the coastal waterways of Virginia to seek resupply. With every mile traversed, the royal supply trains weakened under the continuous strain of the southern roads. Citing this steady concentration of hostile forces along the James River from his headquarters in the north, Washington recognized that the strategic geometry of the war was approaching a definitive turning point. Cornwallis eventually established his base upon the deep anchorage of the Yorktown Peninsula, constructing earthworks along the final slips of land while awaiting naval support from New York. At this precise juncture, communications arrived from the Caribbean confirming that a massive French fleet under Admiral de Grasse was setting its course for the Chesapeake Bay, offering a brief, unrepeatable window of absolute naval command. Seizing the opportunity with decisive executive speed, Washington coordinated closely with Rochambeau to break camp, preparing to lead their combined armies away from the static trenches of the Hudson toward a fateful southern convergence that would bring the long historical trajectory to its ultimate resolution. Chapter 14: The Trenches of Yorktown. Heavy iron siege guns, woven willow baskets, and the timber framing of French transport vessels suddenly converged to transform the static geometry of the war during the late summer of 1781. The sudden availability of a massive French fleet commanded by Admiral Francois Joseph Paul de Grasse presented an unrepeatable opportunity to trap the British Southern Army along the Virginia coast. Flowing northward from the Caribbean, de Grasse's 28 ships of the line carried the heavy naval weight required to seal the entrance of the Chesapeake Bay against British reinforcement. Informed of this maritime movement at his headquarters along the Hudson River, Washington immediately recognized that the long awaited moment for a decisive Allied stroke had finally arrived. He conferred unhurriedly with the Comte de Rochambeau, reaching the bold operational agreement to abandon their designs against New York City and march their combined forces more than 400 miles southward to the Virginia Peninsula. Throughout the closing weeks of August, the Allied column executed a masterpiece of strategic deception and rapid logistical movement. To keep General Clinton confined within his Manhattan redoubts, American engineers constructed extensive brick bake ovens and established visible forage camps along the New Jersey approaches, preserving the illusion of an impending northern siege. Meanwhile, thousands of French regular infantry and seasoned American Continentals slipped away silently toward the south, crossing the Delaware and Schuylkill rivers with steady, measured speed. The march subjected the soldiery to the heavy heat of late summer, yet the promise of action after years of static encampment carried the line forward without significant desertion. Moving through Philadelphia, the fine white linen shirts of the French regiments contrasted sharply with the worn, dust-stained hunting tunics of the American veterans, drawing quiet crowds of observers along the city thoroughfares. Lord Cornwallis remained entirely unaware of this massive continental convergence as his army labored to fortify the deep water anchorage at Yorktown. Sighting across the York River toward Gloucester Point, the British commander established a ring of outer redoubts and internal entrenchments designed to shelter his 7,000 troops while awaiting the promised arrival of a relief fleet from New York. His men utilized local timber and the sandy Virginia soil to construct thick parapets, operating under the confident assumption that the undisputed superiority of the Royal Navy would guarantee their ultimate security. This comforting assurance dissolved on the 5th of September when the sails of a fleet appeared off the Virginia Capes, not bearing the red ensign of the crown, but displaying the white standard of the French monarchy. The subsequent naval engagement off the Capes saw de Grasse methodically outmaneuver the British fleet under Admiral Thomas Graves, securing absolute command of the bay and closing the maritime trap around the peninsula. Arriving at Williamsburg in mid-September, Washington established his command over a gathering Allied host that numbered more than 16,000 professional soldiers. The physical presence of the French siege train provided the necessary mechanical leverage to execute a classic European investment, reducing the complex tactical problem to a predictable process of geometric progression. Heavy siege mortars and 24-pounder cannons were unloaded from transport vessels at Trebel's Landing along the James River, requiring teams of draft oxen to drag the massive iron barrels across the narrow, sandy neck of land. Regiments took up their assigned positions, forming a continuous crescent around the landward approaches of Yorktown, cutting off all avenues of escape into the interior. Citing the overwhelming Allied strength, Cornwallis made the calculated decision to abandon his outer line of defenses, pulling his forces inward to concentrate his defense behind the immediate perimeter of the town. Because the sandy topsoil of the peninsula offered excellent material for entrenching, Allied engineers immediately initiated the formal construction of parallel siege lines. Under the cover of a dark, moonless night on the 6th of October, thousands of French and American soldiers marched out to trace the first parallel exactly 600 yards from the British works. Men labored in absolute silence using specialized entrenching tools to open a continuous trench stretching nearly 2 miles across the open fields. To reinforce the crumbling sand walls against the impact of hostile artillery, workers utilized prefabricated fascines and cylindrical earth-filled gabions woven tightly from local willow branches gathered along the marshy creek beds. Dawn revealed the completed trench to the astonished British defenders, providing solid earthworks that sheltered the besiegers, while heavy timber platforms were settled into position for the bombardment. George Washington personally initiated the Allied cannonade on the afternoon of the 9th of October, striking the first physical blow against the trapped British army. Sighting along the parapet of the first parallel, the commander stood entirely exposed to hostile return fire as he methodically observed the placement of the initial 24-pounder iron balls. An aide quietly suggested that the position carried unnecessary danger, yet Washington remained motionless upon the sand wall, watching through his glass with cold analytical concentration until the trajectory of the round shot was perfectly confirmed. The heavy iron ball passed directly into the town, striking the headquarters of the British staff and signaling the commencement of a continuous rolling storm of iron and lead. For days, the Allied batteries maintained their unremitting fire day and night, systematically leveling the wooden dwellings of Yorktown and dismounting the Royal artillery along the bastions. The continuous weight of the Allied bombardment subjected the British garrison to extraordinary physical and psychological duress. Plunging mortar shells arched high over the parapets before burying themselves deep within the earth, exploding with a heavy force that drove the defenders to seek shelter in damp, unfortified caves carved into the riverbanks. Provisions dwindled rapidly within the compressed perimeter, while the lack of clean water fostered the rapid spread of smallpox and camp fevers among the crowded infantry. Sighting across the river, Cornwallis attempted to send flatboats across to Gloucester Point to execute a desperate breakout, but a sudden autumn squall churned the dark current, scattering the vessels and forcing the abandonment of the enterprise. The operational capability of the Royal Army was systematically dissolving under the geometric progression of the French and American trenches. By the 11th of October, Allied engineers determined that the first parallel had achieved its maximum utility, ordering the opening of a second parallel situated barely 300 yards from the British line. Marching through the connecting sap trenches, work crews pushed the earthworks forward with measured speed, though their progress was soon blocked by two advanced British positions known as redoubts number 9 and number 10. Citing the tactical landscape, Washington concluded that these isolated earthworks must be carried by infantry assault before the second parallel could be extended to the riverbank. To preserve harmony between the Allied nations, command of the operation was divided evenly, assigning the capture of Redoubt Number 9 to French regular columns, while entrusting the assault on Redoubt Number 10 to a select detachment of American light infantry commanded by Alexander Hamilton. On the evening of the 14th of October, as the primary batteries intensified their fire to mask the movement, the assault forces assembled within the advanced trenches. To ensure absolute silence during the approach, Hamilton instructed his men to unload their muskets entirely, relying strictly upon the bayonet to carry the work without the temptation of premature firing. The American column moved out at a steady run through the dark space separating the lines, crossing the abatis of felled trees before scrambling directly up the steep, sandy parapet of Redoubt Number 10. Sighting the advancing figures, the British defenders delivered a hasty volley that caused few casualties before the Continentals poured over the rim, securing the post with disciplined linear speed. Simultaneously, the French column carried Redoubt Number 9 after a manual struggle, clearing the path for the engineers to link the second parallel firmly to the captured works before dawn. Recognizing that his defenses were systematically breached and his remaining artillery silenced, Lord Cornwallis concluded that the defense of Yorktown had reached its absolute physical limit. On the morning of the 17th of October, the continuous thunder of the bombardment was softly interrupted by the distinct sound of a solitary British drummer mounting the parapet to beat the chamade, the traditional signal requesting a parley. An Allied officer advanced to meet the blindfolded British messenger, receiving a written communication from Cornwallis proposing a cessation of hostilities to settle terms for the surrender of the posts. Washington accepted the request with his customary grave composure, granting the British commander exactly 2 hours to submit his formal proposals while ordering the Allied gunners to hold their fire. The sudden silence that settled over the peninsula was profound, leaving the gray smoke to drift slowly away across the wide waters of the river. Inside the simple wooden rooms of the Moore House, situated just behind the Allied lines, commissioners from both armies convened the following day to draft the final articles of capitulation. Representing the American command, Colonel John Lawrence insisted upon imposing the same strict conditions that the British had forced upon the surrendered American garrison at Charleston the previous year. The specific terms of the document denied the Royal Army the customary honors of war, mandating that the British infantry march out with their colors cased and their drums beating a British or German march. Cornwallis attempted to secure protections for the local loyalists who had assisted his campaign, but Washington softly struck the clause from the final draft, leaving the civilian adherents subject to the civil laws of the state. The ink dried slowly upon the parchment as the legal architecture of the surrender was firmly established. The formal ceremony of surrender unfolded on the afternoon of the 19th of October across the flat fields outside Yorktown with the unhurried precision of a grand military parade. Thousands of French and American troops formed two continuous parallel lines stretching for more than a mile along the main road, the polished white uniforms of the French regulars standing opposite the dark blue broadcloth of the American Continentals. Sighting down the avenue, the Allied commanders sat motionless upon their mounts, maintaining a calm, unruffled exterior that revealed nothing of internal triumph. Lord Cornwallis, pleading illness to avoid the personal humiliation of the hour, delegated the task of leading the defeated army forward to his subordinate General Charles O'Hara. The long British column marched heavily between the Allied ranks, their bright red coats dust-stained and their drums beating a popular melancholic tune known as The World Turned Upside Down. General O'Hara advanced directly toward the Comte de Rochambeau, intending to offer his sword to the French commander as a final slight to the rustic American forces. Rochambeau calmly shook his head and pointed across the road toward Washington, silently indicating that the supreme authority of the enterprise rested with the American general. Citing the approaching deputy, Washington declined to receive the instrument from a subordinate officer, directing O'Hara to deliver his sword to General Benjamin Lincoln, who had endured the bitter surrender at Charleston. Lincoln accepted the blade with measured dignity before immediately returning it to O'Hara, directing the British regiments to file into an adjacent field where they methodically grounded their muskets, cartouche boxes, and sidearms upon the earth. It was a massive, unhurried transfer of physical power that effectively dismantled the primary regular establishment of the Crown in North America. While the surrender at Yorktown provoked immediate celebrations throughout the states, Washington viewed the victory with his characteristic analytical skepticism. He recognized that the triumph, though decisive in ending major field combat, did not legally terminate the conflict or remove the substantial British naval and land forces remaining at New York, Charleston, and Savannah. Writing to Congress shortly after the surrender, he warned against the dangerous illusion of complete security, noting that any relaxation of military preparation would invite a renewed offensive from the ministry in London. The true danger of the period lay not in active warfare, but in the insidious internal decay that threatened to dissolve the army during the long, uncertain interval of peace negotiations. The administrative machinery of the continent remained bankrupt, leaving the victorious soldiery unpaid and unsupplied as they prepared to return to the northern department. Within a few weeks of the capitulation, the Allied armada began its inevitable dispersion, altering the strategic geometry of the continent once more. Admiral de Grasse weighed anchor and sailed his great fleet back toward the Caribbean to protect French colonial interests, while Rochambeau's infantry remained behind to establish winter quarters in the warm Virginia towns. Washington directed the main body of the Continental Army to retrace its steps northward, marching the hardened veterans back toward the familiar, rugged hills of the Hudson River Valley. The men moved along the post roads with the steady, measured stride of professional soldiers, leaving the fields of their definitive triumph behind as the cold autumn rains began to fall. Settling into continuous observation around New York City, the army entered a strange, static posture where the absolute lack of movement fostered deep institutional discontent. The encampment at Newburgh soon became a crucible of internal frustration as months stretched into years without a definitive treaty of peace or the settlement of accounts. Officers and men sat idle within their log barracks, watching their personal resources dwindle while listening to reports of civilian indifference from the halls of Congress. Citing across the final months of his command, Washington recognized that the greatest threat to American liberty was no longer the regular infantry of the king, but the uncurbed passions of his own unpaid armed veterans. As the long winter of demobilization approached, the steady commander found his attention drawn away from exterior defenses, preparing to navigate a profound internal crisis where the absolute surrender of military power would prove more vital to the nation's survival than any victory won upon the field. Chapter 15: The Surrender of Power. No single interval of the long conflict carried a more persistent threat to the ultimate survival of American liberty than the tense, stagnant months of demobilization along the bluffs of the Hudson River. While the victory at Yorktown had effectively dismantled the active field capabilities of the British regular establishment, the state of war technically endured, requiring the Continental Army to maintain its vigilant containment of the royal garrison at New York City. Officers and men sat idle within their damp log barracks at the Newburgh cantonment, watching the seasons change while their personal resources dwindled to nothing. Idleness bred deep introspection, allowing the accumulated physical and financial exhaustion of 8 years of service to settle heavily upon the minds of the soldiery. Sighting across the encampment, Washington recognized that an inactive army, sustained only by the barest administrative maintenance, was exceptionally vulnerable to internal decay. The administrative machinery of the Confederation remained thoroughly insolvent, incapable of fulfilling its basic financial obligations to the armed forces that had secured its independence. Pay had been suspended for months, leaving hardened veterans without the means to support their distant families or settle the debts they had incurred to equip themselves for the field. Petitions dispatched to the legislative halls in Philadelphia yielded little beyond vague assurances, as the individual states routinely ignored federal requisitions for tax revenue. Consequently, a bitter sentiment took root among the officer corps, fueled by the realization that their sacrifices were being met with civilian indifference and broken promises. This widening division between the military establishment and the civil government created a volatile atmosphere where desperate remedies began to seem necessary for self-preservation. General Horatio Gates, the ambitious second in command, whose headquarters at Edenton served as a gathering place for disgruntled staff officers, quietly encouraged this rising current of resentment. Gates retained the prestige of his triumph at Saratoga and maintained close correspondence with nationalist politicians in the capital who wished to use the Army's discontent as leverage to force the creation of a stronger central government. Under the cover of these back-channel communications, an anonymous document circulated through the company lines in early March of 1783, calling for a general meeting of officers to consider their unredressed grievances. The paper employed challenging language, suggesting that if peace arrived, the army should refuse to lay down its arms until its accounts were settled, and if the war continued, it should retire to the interior and leave the ungrateful coast to its fate. Confronted with this direct challenge to the authority of Congress, the commander moved with deliberate administrative patience to neutralize the impending crisis. Rather than attempting to suppress the assembly by martial decree, which might have provoked an immediate mutiny, Washington issued general orders canceling the irregular gathering and authorizing a formal meeting to take place 4 days later. This calculated delay granted the rising passions of the camp time to cool, while allowing the general to draft a comprehensive address intended to recall his veterans to their original principles. He spent long hours inside his stone headquarters, weighing his phrasing with absolute care, determined to rely upon his unassailable personal character to bridge the dangerous chasm opening beneath the Republic. When the assembled officers crowded into the large wooden structure known as the Temple of Virtue on the 15th of March, General Gates took the presiding chair, expecting to guide the delegates toward a collective ultimatum. The interior of the hall was dim and silent as Washington unexpectedly stepped through the entrance, asking for the privilege of addressing the gathered leadership before their deliberations began. Citing the familiar faces of men who had followed him across freezing rivers and through the sulphurous smoke of conventional sieges, he noted a cold, unyielding reserve that contrasted sharply with their customary deference. He unfolded his prepared manuscript upon the simple lectern, beginning his delivery with a grave, measured cadence that sought to appeal to their sense of historical duty and unblemished honor. The arguments he presented warned clearly that the anonymous proposals would inevitably lead to the ruin of the country, casting a permanent shadow over the pristine reputation the army had constructed through years of suffering. Yet the complex formal prose seemed to slide off the hardened exterior of the listeners, whose immediate material ruin weighed heavier than abstract appeals to patriotism. Sensing that his rhetorical logic was failing to move the room, Washington paused in his delivery to read a supporting letter from a member of Congress, searching his pockets for a newly acquired instrument of assistance. He drew forth a pair of silver-rimmed spectacles crafted for him by the Philadelphia scientist David Rittenhouse, slipping them onto his nose with an unhurried, deliberate movement. Looking out over the top of the lenses, the commander offered a simple, uncalculated apology for the delay, noting softly that he had not only grown gray, but almost blind in the service of his country. This brief, authentic exposure of human vulnerability achieved instantly what miles of formal oratory could not, dissolving the hardened resentment of the assembly in a single silent stroke. Hardened veterans who had endured the horrors of the Monongahela and the starvation of Valley Forge wept openly as they looked upon the aging, worn frame of their leader, recognizing the immense personal toll the conflict had extracted from him. Washington concluded his reading and quietly departed the hall, leaving the officers to pass unanimous resolutions affirming their absolute devotion to civilian control and rejecting the anonymous designs. Confirmation of a definitive treaty of peace arrived from Paris shortly thereafter, initiating the gradual, orderly demobilization of the Continental forces throughout the spring and summer. Regiments were furloughed with measured care, allowing the soldiery to disperse to their native counties before the final British transport vessels cleared the anchoring grounds of New York Harbor in late November. Following the formal reoccupation of the city, Washington gathered his remaining senior officers for a final parting within the long room of Fraunce's Tavern on the 4th of December. Private ledger entries record the substantial cost of the farewell provision, detailing expenditures for cold meats, bread, and numerous bottles of claret and port required to sustain the somber assembly. The atmosphere inside the tavern room was defined by a heavy, unbroken silence as the general entered and poured a small measure of wine, his customary emotional restraint softening under the weight of the impending separation. He offered a brief toast, expressing his wish that their latter days might be as prosperous as their former ones had been glorious, before inviting each man to take him by the hand. General Henry Knox stood nearest, receiving a warm, silent embrace that was repeated with each advancing officer until the line was exhausted. Leaving the room without uttering another word, Washington walked to the nearby Whitehall slip and boarded a waiting barge, crossing the broad Hudson River toward the New Jersey shore, while his veterans watched from the wharf until the craft disappeared into the gray afternoon mist. The journey southward toward the temporary seat of Congress at Annapolis assumed the character of a continuous public triumph, though the traveler maintained his unswerving focus on the execution of his final official duty. Crowds lined the post roads and gathered at tavern stops along the route, eager to catch a glimpse of the man who had guided the continent through its definitive trial. Washington acknowledged these greetings with measured, grave courtesy, moving forward at a steady pace that brought him to the Maryland capital in late December. He secured lodgings and immediately directed formal communications to the President of Congress, Thomas Mifflin, inquiring whether his resignation should be submitted in writing or delivered through a public audience. The legislative body resolved that the relinquishment of command should be executed within the formal chamber of the State House, establishing precise protocols to govern the visual alignment of the event. On the 23rd of December, the floor of the hall was crowded with regional delegates, state officials, and foreign dignitaries, all gathered to witness an act that ran contrary to the established historical patterns of military success. Mifflin, who had once participated in the back-channel criticisms of the Conway cabal, sat elevated within the presiding chair, maintaining the strict formal dignity of the civil government. Washington advanced to the designated space before the seated assembly, his towering frame dressed once more in his familiar blue and buff continental coat, carrying a simple black leather case containing his parchment commission. The chronicle slows to observe the quiet ceremony within the high-ceilinged chamber, where the silence was complete enough to allow the steady ticking of the gallery clock to be heard. Washington stood with absolute composure, drawing his handwritten address from his coat and reading the brief sentences with deliberate care, his voice holding firm until he reached his final words of commendation for his personal staff. Bowing slightly to the delegates, who acknowledged the gesture by respectfully removing their hats without rising, he handed the historical parchment directly to Mifflin, completing the formal return of the authority he had accepted 8 years before. It was a dense, unhurried physical transition that translated the immense power of the sword into the permanent archives of the civil state, executed without decorative flourish or lingering performance. This spectacular, unprecedented surrender of power established the foundational baseline of the American political tradition, defining the ultimate relationship between military capability and constitutional order. Observers across the Atlantic, including the British monarch, expressed profound astonishment at the decision, noting that if the Virginian truly returned to a private station, he would be the greatest man in the world. Washington's preeminence derived not from the absolute authority he had wielded, but from the unbending executive discipline that allowed him to lay it down voluntarily when the objective was secured. By stepping away from the instruments of command, he preserved the fragile architecture of the new republic, proving that a state could be constructed upon the principles of unforced consent rather than perpetual force. Departing the state house as a simple private citizen, the traveler ordered his carriage immediately prepared for the final passage toward the Potomac River. The carriage wheels turned steadily over the frozen Maryland roads throughout the day, crossing the final ferry slips just as the long shadows of Christmas Eve began to stretch across the dormant fields. Ahead lay the familiar timber of Mount Vernon, offering the domestic permanence he had continuously pursued through a decade of unceasing movement. Yet the structural survival of the initial Confederation remained precarious, guaranteeing that his private rest would prove brief before the requirements of the continent drew him back into the public arena to construct the permanent precedents of its governance. Chapter 16: The Indispensable Executive and the Final Rest. Along the familiar bluffs overlooking the Potomac River, the physical landscape of Mount Vernon bore the unmistakable marks of its master's long absence. 8 years of continuous military command had insulated Washington from the daily oversight of his fields, leaving the once ordered agricultural enterprise in a state of visible neglect. Fences had fallen into disrepair, drainage ditches were choked with heavy silt, and the rotational cycles of the soil had been poorly managed by hired overseers operating under the strain of wartime shortages. Returning to his study in the final days of 1783, the retired general immediately resumed his meticulous bookkeeping, sifting through pages of depreciated currency calculations and delayed invoices. The transition back to the status of a private planter required an immense physical effort to restore the material value of his holdings, demanding the same unbending schedule that had governed his headquarters during the campaigns. Constant arrivals at the wharves and gates soon demonstrated that his domestic sanctuary was no longer entirely his own. Visitors from across the American states and distinguished travelers from Europe made steady pilgrimages to the Virginia estate, drawn by the desire to converse with the man who had voluntarily surrendered absolute power. Maintaining this continuous standard of hospitality required the continuous preparation of guest quarters and vast stores of provisions, transforming the private residence into a semi-public institution. To sustain these heavy domestic expenditures, Washington focused his energies upon the complete modernization of his merchant mills and the expansion of his Dogue-run properties. He spent long days in the saddle inspecting the progress of his plows, calculating crop yields with mathematical exactness, while seeking to introduce advanced European methods of soil recovery to his exhausted earth. Looking beyond the perimeter of his lands, however, the retired commander monitored the mounting evidence of civic instability across the continent with deep concern. The initial framework of the Confederation proved systematically incapable of regulating commerce, paying its foreign debts, or suppressing internal disorder among the individual states. News of armed agrarian uprisings in Massachusetts, where indebted farmers under Daniel Shays closed courts to prevent the seizure of their property, sent a cold wave of alarm through the correspondence of the surviving revolutionary leadership. Washington exchanged lengthy, measured letters with Henry Knox, James Madison, and John Jay, weighing the absolute necessity of altering the national compact to prevent the complete dissolution of the Union. He recognized that the historical record was littered with republics that had collapsed into anarchy before succumbing to the rule of despotic factions, a fate he was determined to avert. In the late spring of 1787, the road leading back to Pennsylvania carried the reluctant statesman away from his agricultural improvements once more. Selected to head the Virginia delegation at the convention called to revise the federal system, Washington arrived in Philadelphia to find the city gathering under the heavy heat of May. The physical environment surrounding the State House was dense and serious, with local authorities ordering the cobblestones outside the hall to be covered with thick layers of loose earth to muffle the continuous clatter of passing carriage wheels. Inside the high-ceilinged room where the Declaration of Independence had been signed 11 years before, delegates from 12 states convened behind closed doors to debate the structural mechanisms of a new government. Seated elevated within the high-backed wooden chair of the presiding officer, Washington maintained a silent, unbending vigilance over the secret proceedings throughout the stifling summer months. He delivered no formal speeches during the complex debates over representation, executive authority, and commercial regulation, leaving the labor of constitutional argument to younger scholars like Madison and Alexander Hamilton. Yet his continuous presence at the front of the chamber served as an unassailable anchor for the assembly, projecting a grave authority that prevented the deep regional divisions from fracturing the convention. Observers noted that when contentious arguments threatened to dissolve the gathering in bitterness, the simple sight of the general's steady, commanding frame recalled the delegates to their shared purpose. The resulting parchment, signed in mid-September, bore the unmistakable imprint of his executive discipline, constructing a durable central apparatus designed to operate with measured stability. Ratification of the new constitutional framework across the states carried with it the unspoken certainty that only one figure possessed the universal trust required to inaugurate the executive office. When the electors cast their ballots in the early spring of 1789, the vote was entirely unanimous, placing the highest administrative burden of the Republic directly upon the master of Mount Vernon. His private correspondence from these weeks reveals a profound reluctance to abandon his newly restored fields for the unpredictable storms of civil governance, describing his feelings as resembling those of a culprit going to the place of his execution. Nevertheless, the demands of the continent were absolute, requiring him to gather his papers, secure a substantial personal loan to settle his local debts, and order his carriage prepared for the long journey northward. The northward progress toward the temporary capital at New York City during the damp April of 1789 resembled a continuous, unhurried procession of civic adulation. Crowds lined the muddy post roads, militia companies escorted his carriage between towns, and young women scattered flowers across the bridge at Trenton, where his ragged army had once marched in freezing darkness. Arriving at Elizabeth Point on the New Jersey shore, the president-elect boarded a magnificent ceremonial barge rowed by 13 harbor pilots dressed in white smocks, crossing the broad expanse of New York Bay amidst the thunderous salutes of anchored warships. Beneath this overwhelming display of public affection, Washington maintained a quiet, somber exterior, acutely aware that the uncurbed expectations of the populace could easily shift to censure if his administration failed to establish order. Upon the open balcony of Federal Hall overlooking Wall Street, the formal assumption of power took place on the 30th of April before a dense crowd of silent citizens. To signal his support for domestic industry, Washington chose not to wear imported silk or velvet, appearing instead in a plain brown broadcloth suit of American manufacture, complete with buttons embossed with eagles, paired with white silk stockings and a ceremonial dress sword. He placed his hand upon a thick leather Bible and repeated the oath of office administered by Chancellor Robert Livingston, his voice carrying low and steady in the quiet morning air. Returning to the Senate chamber to deliver his inaugural address, observers recorded that the veteran commander appeared visibly moved, his large hands trembling slightly as he read from his prepared text, acknowledging the providential guidance that had brought the nation safely through its early trials. Every executive action executed during these early months established durable templates for the future functioning of the state, as the Constitution offered only broad outlines regarding the mechanics of administration. Washington methodically organized the primary departments of the government, selecting men of proven capability to form his internal council. Alexander Hamilton was placed at the head of the Treasury to restore the ruined credit of the nation. Thomas Jefferson was recalled from France to direct foreign affairs. Henry Knox was retained as Secretary of War, and Edmund Pendleton's protege, Edmund Randolph, assumed the duties of Attorney General. Navigating the day-to-day operations of this cabinet required extraordinary administrative balance, as the president sought to synthesize disparate viewpoints into a unified continental policy. To preserve the necessary distance of state while remaining accessible to the public, the administration instituted a highly regulated system of weekly social gatherings, known as levees. Every Tuesday afternoon at 3 o'clock, the doors of the executive residence on Cherry Street were thrown open to formally attired gentlemen who found the president standing before the fireplace in a black velvet suit with his hair powdered and gathered in a silken bag. Rather than offering his hand, which he felt compromised the dignity of the office, Washington held a cocked hat and bowed slightly to each guest as their names were softly announced by an aide. The atmosphere within the room was measured and formal, lasting exactly 1 hour before the doors were closed, establishing a clear line between Republican simplicity and the state decorum required to command the respect of foreign emissaries. Relocation of the governmental apparatus to Philadelphia the following year introduced the administration to a dense brick landscape prone to severe seasonal disturbances. The president secured a large, comfortable mansion on Market Street, previously occupied by Robert Morris, adapting his strict daily schedule to the rhythms of the Pennsylvania capital. Human scale realities frequently disrupted the business of statecraft, most notably during the devastating epidemics of yellow fever that swept the crowded port during the late summer months. As the sickness spread through the narrow alleys, thousands of residents fled the city, forcing the complete suspension of executive business, while Washington moved his household to the elevated, healthy air of Germantown until the autumn frosts eliminated the threat. Deep within the private cabinet spaces, an irreconcilable philosophical divide gradually separated his two most brilliant secretaries, threatening the internal cohesion of the administration. Jefferson envisioned a decentralized republic of independent agrarian freeholders, viewing Hamilton's complex financial systems of national banks, funded debts, and industrial manufacturing as the direct precursors to corruption and monarchy. Hamilton, conversely, believed that national survival depended upon binding the wealthy merchant classes to the federal government through strong fiscal institutions and energetic executive power. Washington methodically read their lengthy written arguments, seeking to preserve administrative unity by urging mutual forbearance. Yet the ideological rift widened steadily until Jefferson permanently retired from the cabinet to organize a formal opposition. Foreign entanglements soon presented an immediate challenge to the stability of the young nation following the outbreak of total maritime war between revolutionary France and the aligned powers of Europe. Public sentiment across the states burned with enthusiasm for the French cause, leading many to demand that America honor its wartime alliance by opening its ports to French privateers and joining the struggle against Britain. Citing the absolute ruin that a major European conflict would bring to American commerce, Washington stood firm against the popular current, issuing a formal proclamation of neutrality in the spring of 1793. He understood that the Republic required at least 20 years of uninterrupted peace to settle its institutions and develop the internal strength necessary to command its own destiny on the global stage. When frontier settlers in western Pennsylvania initiated armed resistance against the collection of federal excise taxes upon distilled spirits, domestic enforcement faced its definitive test. The collectors were tarred and feathered, federal mails were intercepted, and thousands of armed insurgents gathered near Pittsburgh, threatening to secede from the Union if the laws were enforced. Acting with decisive constitutional authority, Washington federalized 13,000 state militiamen and rode out personally to review the assembled columns at Carlisle during the autumn of 1794. His uniform presence at the head of the troops demonstrated the unshakable resolve of the executive to maintain the rule of law, causing the rebellion to dissolve entirely before the advancing force crossed the mountains, securing internal order without the expenditure of blood. Concluding that his physical reserves were reaching their natural end, the president resolved to step aside after completing his second term, establishing a voluntary precedent of executive limitation that would endure for more than a century. In September of 1796, he published his farewell address directly in the public newspapers, offering his final counsel to the citizens he had served for 45 years. The text contained solemn warnings against the destructive spirit of political parties, the danger of permanent foreign alliances, and the fatal tendency to divide the nation into geographical factions. He urged his countrymen to cherish the Union as the primary palladium of their safety and prosperity, laying down the instruments of authority with the same quiet dignity he had displayed at Annapolis. Springtime in the year 1797 saw the aging leader finally return to the permanent shade of Mount Vernon, executing his long delayed retreat into private life. He resumed his daily rides across his farms, directed the repair of his standard equipment, and managed an immense correspondence from his quiet study overlooking the river. The true achievement of his career lay in the durable architecture of the state he left behind. He had successfully constructed a national space that functioned steadily without his physical presence, transforming his personal authority into impersonal constitutional law. By resisting the temptation to hold power indefinitely, the younger son of the Tidewater had secured the ultimate freedom of his country, ensuring that the republic could survive and flourish under the governance of ordinary men. On a freezing morning in mid-December of 1799, the unvarying routines of the master led him out across his fields on horseback to direct the marking of timber for cutting. The weather turned severe during the 5-hour ride, subjecting him to a continuous driving mixture of snow, hail, and cold rain that soaked his heavy broadcloth coat and collected in his white hair. Returning late to the mansion, he chose to sit down to the afternoon meal without changing his damp garments, determined to preserve the strict punctuality of his household schedule. The following evening, he developed a severe, rapidly tightening throat infection that restricted his breathing, forcing him to take to his bed as the winter cold settled deeply into the surrounding rooms. The final hours of the aging general unfolded with measured composure within the quiet space of the upstairs bedroom. Physicians were summoned from Alexandria, applying the standard 18th century remedies of heavy bloodletting and blistering plasters of cantharides to his neck and feet. Yet the inflammation remained unyielding. Washington quietly assessed his own failing breath, checking his pulse with his large fingers while instructing his secretary, Tobias Lear, to ensure his accounts were settled and his burial delayed for the customary 3 days. Citing the grief of his attendants, he softly murmured, "'Tis well," before folding his hands across his chest, his breathing slowing to a complete stop as the night reached its deepest hour. Recording the exhaustive inventory of the estate consumed the household during the somber days that followed, while the cold currents of the Potomac flowed silently past the snow-covered wharves below. The physical belongings of the man, his surveying chains, his uniform coats, his plain copybooks, and his ledgers, were carefully numbered and preserved within the quiet rooms. Down in the town of Alexandria, skilled craftsmen constructed a simple, unadorned coffin of solid mahogany, lined with clean black velvet, designed to rest within the modest family vault built into the hillside. The simple mahogany coffin was carried out from the mansion house on the afternoon of the 18th of December, accompanied by the muffled beating of drums and the slow footsteps of his family, his neighbors, and the enslaved workforce. The procession moved at a walking pace down the narrow gravel path toward the vault, the plain wooden box resting heavily upon the shoulders of surviving Continental officers who had shared his campaigns. No grand monuments or decorative arches marked the route, leaving the cold winter air to carry only the quiet words of the reading as the wooden doors of the tomb were softly closed. Outside the thick timber walls, the narrative focus shifts slowly away from the silent vault, moving outward across the cleared fields and the dormant winter pasturage. The gray daylight begins to fade over the Virginia landscape, leaving the bare branches of the ancient oaks to stand dark against the low horizon. Below the bluffs, the broad river continues its continuous movement toward the sea, carrying the cold reflections of the gathering stars upon its dark surface. The long historical trajectory has reached its natural conclusion, leaving the dense texture of the century to settle peacefully into the resting earth under the falling night. The journey is complete. Rest well.